activating a true treasure was much more difficult than using an ordinary talisman, which was why Liu Jiang had asked his fellow disciples to protect him. He didn't want to end up like his unfortunate junior sister. Therefore, after releasing a yellow ring-shaped magical artifact to surround himself, he finally sat down with confidence and began to infuse his mana into the fiery red true treasure. The fiery red talisman in Liu Jiang's palm began to emit a bright red light, and the firebird in the talisman became increasingly agile and lively, as if it could burst out of the talisman at any moment. It seemed that the moment the bird burst out would be the moment of successful activation. Although Han Li was entangled with the ice demon on the ground, he understood that his fellow disciples were using other means. He felt relieved knowing that they were not retreating out of fear. He dreaded the idea of them leaving and later finding it impossible to retrieve the item from the Black Fiend sect's leader. Since he didn't need to worry about other matters, Han Li's attention naturally focused entirely on his opponent. Despite the burden on his body from using the smoke-weaving step, he couldn't afford to prolong this high-speed battle any longer. He had to take the risk and go all out. With this in mind, Han Li waved his silver sword to keep the ice demon at bay, while quietly using his finger to pull out an item from his storage pouch and wrap it around his ring finger. Once this was done, with a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Han Li suddenly swung his sword fiercely, attacking with all his might. The speed of this strike far exceeded all his previous attacks, catching the ice demon off guard. It quickly retreated while raising its crystal-clear ice claws to block. With a clear clang, the ice demon sneered as its backward momentum increased. But just as it seemed to be pulling away from Han Li, a hint of ridicule appeared on Han Li's face. As the ice demon sensed something amiss, Han Li released his grip on the sword and swiftly pulled back. As a result, the ice demon's backward momentum inexplicably halted, and it began hurtling towards Han Li instead. At that moment, Han Li wielded his sword with both hands in a fierce slashing motion. His face remained expressionless. Seeing this, the ice demon's expression turned to horror, and it desperately struggled to escape. But it was too late. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Han Li. With a slight flick of his silver sword, countless silver rays flashed and disappeared, and the two of them passed each other in an instant. Then, both of their figures appeared under the moonlight. Han Li stood with his sword, while the ice demon fell heavily to the ground. This scene was closely observed by Song Meng and the others in the air, causing them to become nervous. The ice demon staggered to its feet, looking at Han Li's back with a sneer. Just as it was about to say something, its expression suddenly froze. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, and the ice demon's transparent body was covered in countless fine cracks. In an instant, these cracks lengthened, and the entire ice demon shattered into crystal-clear ice fragments, piling up on the ground. In the crystalline debris, a complete sharp claw extended halfway, still exuding a chilling aura. Only this object could withstand Han Li's swift cuts without any damage. Hanley glanced coldly at the shattered remains of the ice demon, then raised his head to look at the 3 blood-red cocoons nearby, furrowing his brows slightly. He silently waved his hand, and an ice claw flew straight towards him. In the reflection of the moonlight, one could faintly see a transparent thread connecting Hanley and the ice claw. This was the fatal reason for the ice demon's demise. Hanley, feeling a bit uncomfortable, threw the ice claw away after a moment of hesitation. Although he knew that this ice claw, which could withstand the silver essence-forged silver sword without being destroyed, was undoubtedly an excellent material for refining, he couldn't overcome the feeling that it was originally someone's hand. He couldn't bring himself to keep it. He walked a few steps to the side of the ice demon's corpse, randomly slashing the ice debris with his silver sword a few times, until he picked up a storage pouch with a sword and carefully put it away. Then, without a word, he flew up into the sky. He wanted to see what other tricks his fellow disciples would play, especially now that the 3 blood servants were about to emerge. Unbeknownst to Hanley, just as the ice demon had perished in a secret chamber beneath a fake mountain, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and muttered to himself, "The ice demon is dead. Well, that saves me from having to take action again." After saying this, he nonchalantly closed his eyes again. In front of him lay a skeleton with skin and bones, seemingly devoid of any flesh except for a layer of skin. Judging from his emaciated appearance and clothing, he was a cultivator from the Yellow Maple Valley. Hanley flew up into the air without saying a word. Before he could speak, Song Meng and the others hurriedly surrounded him, praising him with admiring and even awe-filled expressions. Even the companion who practiced dual cultivation with the Snow Rainbow senior sister had a grateful look on his face. Hanley modestly said a few words, then looked at the red talisman in Liu Jiang's hand with some curiosity and asked about it. Someone immediately explained the concept of true treasures to Hanley, much to his surprise and delight. He had heard of true treasures before, but he never expected that this senior brother Liu possessed one, let alone that he would be willing to use it. Generally, true treasures were considered last-resort life-saving measures. Hanley's experiences and perspectives were different from Liu Jiang's, so he couldn't comprehend the latter's complex emotions and sense of insecurity. For Hanley, how others viewed him was irrelevant, as long as it didn't affect his interests. He wouldn't lose a single hair over it. However, if there was an opportunity to leave a good impression effortlessly, Hanley was willing to do so. But he would never use treasures like true treasures just to maintain such an impression. That would be foolish. However, Liu Jiang's actions made Hanley somewhat moved, and even made him doubt his previous views. Could there really be good people in the world who would sacrifice even themselves for the sake of eliminating evil? Just as Hanley was feeling a bit ashamed, a roar suddenly came from below, full of bloodthirsty killing intent. Hanley and the others couldn't help but be startled and quickly looked down. One of the 3 blood-red cocoons had already begun to swell and deform incessantly, as if the blood servant inside was about to emerge immediately. Han Li's heart sank. It seemed that he would have to fight another blood servant to buy some time for senior brother Liu. As he was considering his next move, a calm voice came from behind the crowd. "Senior brothers, please step aside and let me eliminate these 3 demons." The sound made everyone's faces light up with joy. Han Li quickly turned around to look. Liu Jiang was smiling at them, and in his palm there was a small, delicate red bird flying around, adorable beyond words. The intense heat in the vicinity had disappeared without a trace. Is this the original form of that true treasure? Han Li looked at the red bird in surprise. At that moment, the cocoon that had started to change below burst open with a muffled sound. A demon with a dark blue aura emerged, its shape resembling the semi-demonic form of the ice demon. However, its color had turned into a deep blue. The demon's face was that of the Taoist with blue patterns, but at this moment, he wore a crazy look, as if he had lost his sanity. He roared wildly twice, but when he raised his head, he saw the flying fiery red bird. His body suddenly froze, and the crazy expression on his face was replaced by extreme fear. Immediately, he panicked and looked around, and suddenly the blue light around his body surged and flew into the air, as if he wanted to escape. But at that moment, the red bird whooshed and suddenly expanded into a giant flaming bird measuring several feet in size. Then, with a flap of its wings, it appeared behind the demon with blue patterns in an instant, and with its sharp red beak, it pecked gently. A scorching flame soared 6 or 7 zhang high, and Kingwen turned into a giant figure of fire under the peck of the giant bird. He plummeted straight from the sky, uttering only 2 miserable cries before turning into a pile of white ashes on the ground, without even a hint of resistance. As Han Li watched in amazement, the fiery bird let out a sharp cry and viciously pounced on the 2 cocoons of light. A torrential column of fire erupted between the 2 cocoons, engulfing the 2 blood servants who were about to complete their transformation in an instant. Han Li watched attentively as the blood lights of the 2 cocoons struggled against the fiery red flames, but they only resisted for a moment before disappearing completely, leaving behind 2 blurry figures that swayed silently for a few moments before being completely refined. The seemingly ordinary flames were unexpectedly powerful, leaving Han Li astonished once again. He gained a clearer understanding of the power of Foundation establishment stage cultivators' magical treasures. Apart from Han Li's astonishment, Song Meng and the others showed more excitement on their faces. This true treasure is too amazing. We were able to wipe out the heretical sect thanks to senior brother Liu. Others were extremely excited and spoke one after another. In their view, as long as they eliminated these blood servants, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with the remaining Black Fiend sect master who was still in seclusion. After all, with so many Foundation establishment stage cultivators, There was no reason they couldn't defeat the leader of the heretical sect. Although Liu Jiang felt extremely regretful as he watched the fiery bird on the ground gradually disappear, he felt reinvigorated after hearing these praises. "Let's go. We've wasted enough time here. Let's go in and eliminate the Black Fiend sect master." Liu Jiang waved his hand boldly. The others nodded in agreement, and several of them flew down. Han Li smiled slightly, also wanting to go down. However, when he glanced to the side, he found that senior brother Wang was staring down with a strange expression on his face. This puzzled Han Li, so he couldn't help but follow his gaze. However, apart from the white ashes left by Qingwen's transformation and the fellow disciples tidying up the remains of their fallen comrades with sorrowful expressions, there was nothing noteworthy on the ground. "Senior brother Wang, did you find something?" Han Li couldn't help but ask with a hint of suspicion on his face. "No, there's nothing to find." "Junior brother Han, you're overthinking it," senior brother Wang replied, immediately retracting his gaze and avoiding eye contact. Seeing this, Han Li knew that there must be something important that senior brother Wang had discovered but didn't want others to know about, hence his expression. Thinking about this, Han Li felt somewhat frustrated. However, he smiled faintly on the surface and said casually, "Since there's nothing, let's hurry down. Senior brother Liu is already going in." Han Li pointed to the direction of the cold palace's gate and flew down without saying another word, leaving senior brother Wang in the air with a fluctuating expression. However, he stomped his foot in annoyance and followed suit. Just as Han Li landed, a delicate voice came from above. "Senior brother Liu, junior brother Han, wait for us." Han Li was stunned and turned around slowly. Liu Jiang and the others stopped as well, looking towards the source of the voice with joyful expressions. Under the gentle moonlight, Zhang Wenyang and Chen Kaiaoqian, along with a middle-aged man with an extremely pale complexion, descended slowly from the sky. The middle-aged man was dressed in golden clothes, looking extremely frightened, and was almost hung outside the flying magical treasure by Zhang Wenyang, who was holding onto his collar. Upon seeing Han Li and Liu Jiang and the others, the panic on his face deepened. Seeing this, Liu Jiang greeted them with a slight smile. It seems that the two junior sisters had a smooth journey. Is this His Majesty? After the two female cultivators landed, Liu Jiang glanced at the middle-aged man and asked casually without paying much attention. Yes, this guy was holding a meeting with a few officials in a certain hall. We knocked out the others and captured him. There were also two chi refining stage disciples who tried to stop us, but my junior sister and I easily dealt with them. Senior brother Liu, you're safe too. That's great. Zhang Wenyang spoke incessantly with joy upon seeing that Liu Jiang was unharmed, expressing her concern for him. This made Liu Jiang slightly embarrassed under the gaze of everyone, and Han Li couldn't help but find it amusing. Junior sister Chen, are you all right? Chen Kaiaoqian's two senior brothers also stepped forward solicitously to inquire. Chen Kaiaoqian responded indifferently with a few words, and then swept her gaze over the crowd. When she saw Han Li, she paused briefly on his face before quickly turning away with a complex expression. "Where's Sister Zhuhang?" Chen Kaiaokian furrowed her delicate brows, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. As soon as these words left her mouth, the faces of those nearby darkened, revealing a heavy expression. Sister Zhuhang has been killed. The companion of the supposed sister, Zhuhang forced the words out through his grief. Upon hearing this, Chen Kaiaokian and Zhang Weinyang's faces turned extremely grim. Zhang Weinyang, in particular, immediately showed a look of anger, her mouth opening to speak in annoyance. But why? However, this questioning statement was cut off midway by a sudden and tragic scream. Han Li and the others were startled by the sound, immediately on high alert as they looked around. They saw, not far from them, a figure in blue robes appearing out of nowhere. One of his arms, shining with a red light, was withdrawn from the chest of Wang Shixing, who lay lifeless on the ground, his breath extinguished. "I didn't intend to kill him at first, but this child shouldn't have taken something that doesn't belong to him." The man in blue robes chuckled, his face seemingly benign despite being around 40 years old, with some fine lines around his eyes, giving him an appearance of extreme kindness. After saying this, he casually bent down and picked up a thumb-sized green bead from the hand of Wang Shixing's corpse, his smile growing even wider. Upon seeing this man, both Liu Jiang and Han Li's expressions darkened almost simultaneously, their faces displaying extreme caution. "You're the leader of the Black Fiend sect." Liu Jiang's eyes flickered with contemplation as he tentatively asked. He, clever, aren't you? Indeed, I am the founder of the Black Fiend sect. You must be their leader, the old man replied with a smile, his expression unchanged. Upon realizing that this person was indeed the Black Fiend sect leader, who should have been in seclusion, even Han Li couldn't help but have a drastic change in expression, let alone the other practitioners from the Yellow Maple Valley. They all tightened their grip on their artifacts as if facing a formidable enemy. After a slight change in Liu Jiang's expression, he took a deep breath, suppressing the panic within him. Then he secretly gestured to the others and coldly questioned, "Indeed, I am Liu Jiang. This time, it's under my leadership that we'll eradicate your Black Fiend sect. Now that you're alone, you still dare to murder. Your audacity knows no bounds." Liu Jiang's words were delivered with righteous indignation, devoid of fear. He was even satisfied with his performance and rhetoric, his confidence rising with each word spoken. Removing the leader of this cult would undoubtedly elevate Liu Jiang's reputation to new heights among the 7 sects. Others would hold him in even greater reverence and admiration. As Liu Jiang's thoughts raced, his heart blazed with determination like a shot of fiery liquor. He brandished his twin silver hooks and the round ring, ready to call upon others to join the fight. But before he could do so, the leader of the Black Evil sect across from him suddenly smirked, and then Liu Jiang heard a soft whisper. "Then you may die." Almost simultaneously, Liu Jiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Before he could grasp what was happening, an arm passed through her chest. 5 blood-red fingers pinched a slightly wriggling round object. What is this? Liu Jiang couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps he understood in his heart, but he didn't really want to know. Then he only felt a whirlwind in his head, his vision darkening and his ears ringing with a few screams. The voices sounded like the crying of his beloved Zhang Weinian, but they seemed so unfamiliar, so distant. Cough, this little girl still loves to cry so much. Liu Jiang thought bitterly as he sank into the darkness of eternal sleep. At the moment when Liu Jiang was killed, Zhang Weiniang, she let out several heart-wrenching screams and then completely froze, falling into a state of shock. Seeing this, Chen Kaiaokian hurriedly pulled her behind, protecting her carefully. Then, with a face full of anger and regret, she glared at the assailant who had struck unexpectedly. Bang, bang. 2 sounds rang out as the bodies of Liu Jiang and his companion were casually thrown to the ground by the assailant, causing Han Li's eyes to twitch slightly. Since you're here, don't think about leaving again. I happen to need a few more Foundation establishment cultivators for blood sacrifices. The man spoke with a sinister smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth shining under the moonlight. This person turned out to be the Yue Emperor who had been in a panic just moments ago. However, at this moment, there was no trace of panic or unease on him. The aura emanating from his body was no less than that of the man in the blue robe, indicating that he was also a cultivator in the later stages of Foundation establishment. Feeling the cultivation level of this person, Han Li's expression grew even colder. He had no idea what technique the man had just used to conceal his cultivation to the point where no one from Yellow Maple Valley could detect it. This reminded Han Li of the situation when he first met the young prince and the steward, where he couldn't sense any spiritual power on them either. However, this time, the ominous premonition didn't arise, making Han Li even more cautious and wary. Han Li flicked his fingers, and both the white phosphorus shield and the turtle shell magic tool were deployed, slowly moving around him. On the side, Chen Kaiaokian, Song Meng, and others nervously watched the Yue Emperor and the man in the blue robe, releasing their own magic tools to protect themselves. Seeing Han Li and the others on guard, the Yue Emperor and the man in the blue robe exchanged a glance before simultaneously letting out a cold sneer. Then the man in the blue robe flashed and suddenly appeared about a dozen yards away, where there was a pile of sparkling ice debris, the remnants of the ice demon that Han Li had dismembered earlier. As the man in the blue robe arrived, he reached out towards the pile of ice debris, and with a gentle grab, a blue-colored bead flew into his hand from the remains of the ice demon. At the same time, the sly Yue Emperor also appeared next to the 2 blood servants who had been incinerated by the Firebird True Treasure. He fiercely slapped the ground, and 2 golden and yellow beads burst out from the earth, flying obediently into the Yue Emperor's hand. What are these? As soon as Han Li saw these beads, and thought back to the previous green-colored bead. He immediately had a vague idea of what they were, and his heart tightened. He hadn't expected to still be contemplating how to achieve his goal on this trip when the items he sought appeared right before his eyes. These were undoubtedly the 5 elements blood-condensing pills related to Foundation establishment that the young prince had mentioned. However, there were only 4 beads here. Where was the 5th? As Han Li was pleasantly surprised, the Yue Emperor and the man in the blue robe also showed joy upon obtaining the beads. They laughed heartily, then cast cold gazes at Han Li and the others, their murderous intent undisguised. This caused the people on Han Li's side to change their expressions involuntarily. "Everyone take to the sky," Han Li suddenly shouted loudly after a series of thoughts. Then, the spiritual wind boat appeared, and he was the first to fly into the air. The others were momentarily stunned by his command, but due to their trust in Han Li's extraordinary performance earlier, Song Meng and the dual cultivation partner of Snow Rainbow Sister also instinctively followed Han Li's lead and flew into the sky. Only Chen Kyaokian hesitated for a moment, but then she pulled her maid and followed suit. Seeing this, the Yue Emperor and the man in the blue robe exchanged a strange glance, but then simultaneously sneered. Although they looked completely different, they gave Han Li a feeling as if they were one person, which sent a shiver down his spine. "These little fellows are quite clever. Looks like I'll need to sacrifice you in advance. What's mine is yours, isn't it? Just take it." The Yue Emperor and the man in the blue robe casually conversed, but the sinister content of their words made Han Li and Chen Kyaokian shiver involuntarily. "Han Junior brother, what are they talking about?" Song Meng leaned over to Han Li, swallowing nervously as he asked. Having witnessed so many fellow disciples die before their eyes, even Song Meng, who was usually bold and aggressive, had lost some of his previous fearlessness. At this moment, he asked Han Li more out of a desire for reassurance, as he felt that Han Li had an aura of mystery that made him somewhat reliable. Han Li sighed inwardly, forcing a bitter smile, and was about to say something when a scene unfolded below that made his expression change drastically, causing him to swallow his words. Chen Kyaokian couldn't help but cry out, which drew Song Meng's alarmed gaze. They saw the hand of the Yue Emperor piercing the chest of the man in the blue robe, who made no struggle at all, but instead smiled calmly. Continuing, dazzling blood lights emerged from the man in the blue robe and the Yue Emperor, their blood lights connecting as the Yue Emperor thrust his arm into the chest of the man in the blue robe. Subsequently, the blood light from the man in the blue robe surged towards the Yue Emperor, seemingly absorbed by him, yet also willingly offered, leaving Song Meng gaping in astonishment. Gradually, the radiance on the man in the blue robe weakened, his flesh withering away bit by bit, while the blood light on the Yue Emperor grew stronger, causing his appearance to gradually rejuvenate. "What sorcery is this?" Song Meng exclaimed in horror. However, at that moment, Han Li's expression grew exceedingly grim. Paying no heed to Song Meng's shock, he took a deep breath and suddenly flung his hands outward. Countless fire symbols, such as fire serpents and fireballs, rushed from his hands toward the Yue Emperor and the man in the blue robe below, hundreds of them being thrown out. This was all the fire symbols Han Li possessed. These symbols then transformed into a vast array of fire spells in the sky, with a tremendous force surging forward, surpassing even the firebird true treasure of Liu Jiang. However, it seemed rare for cultivators in the cultivation world to throw out hundreds of symbols at once. After all, these weren't ordinary symbols, but hundreds of spiritual stones. The grandeur of this move startled Song Meng, Chen Kaiokian, and the others. Even Zhang Weinyang, who had been absent-minded, blinked in confusion, staring with wide eyes. As for the Yue Emperor below, he was initially startled by this sight, but soon realized that these were merely low-level spells and disdainfully ignored them. He knew very well that with the protective blood light on his body, these spells couldn't harm him at all. What mattered was dealing with the current situation at hand. Once this was resolved, killing those few people on the other side would be as easy as taking something from a bag. As the Yue Emperor's eyes flickered with a chilling color, the sky ablaze with fire engulfed him, and the man in the blue robe amidst thunderous explosions. Sure enough, despite the deafening explosions and the towering flames, both the Yue Emperor and the man in the blue robe, enveloped in the blood light, emerged unscathed. Most of the blood-colored light from the man in the blue robe had transferred to the Yue Emperor by now. And at this moment, the Yue Emperor also appeared to be in his 30s, showing a hint of joy on his face. Seeing Han Li take action, Chen Kaiokian and the others also released their spiritual treasures to attack below. After all, it seemed that the two were unable to retaliate due to some evil technique, so they naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot. However, as soon as their spiritual treasures were released, a dazzling white light erupted between the Yue Emperor and the man in the blue robe. Then came a thunderous roar, and in the blink of an eye, the two were engulfed by it. The terrifying spiritual power contained in the white light, along with the look of horror on the Yue Emperor's face, were clearly seen by Chen Kaiokian and the others, filling them with both shock and joy as they looked towards Han Li, evidently attributing this scene to his handiwork. But the Han Li they saw showed no hint of joy. Instead, his expression grew even colder. "Don't celebrate too soon. That guy isn't dead yet." After giving them a cold glance, Han Li said in a chilling tone. This sentence startled them, and they hurriedly looked down. Sure enough, although various smoke and dust obscured everything, the spiritual aura of the Yue Emperor still seemed to linger, indicating that he was still alive, albeit greatly weakened. Upon sensing this information with their spiritual senses, Song Meng and the others became spirited again, each commanding their own spiritual treasures to hover uncertainly in the nearby airspace, ready to join forces to kill the Yue Emperor once he showed himself, thus avenging their fallen fellow disciples. Cough, well, Cough, I truly underestimated you. I never expected that you, sir, would be the most formidable one among those present. What exactly did you conceal within those symbols? You even managed to withstand my protective bloodlight. A coughing sound came from the smoke, but gradually the voice stabilized, becoming colder, and the speaker regained his composure. Song Meng and the others' expressions changed drastically, and even Han Li was extremely shocked. It's just a thunder seed. I never imagined that there would be a foundation establishment cultivator in this world who could withstand a thunder seed without dying. Han Li sighed, slowly saying. Then, with a wave of his hand, more than 10 puppet beasts and puppet soldiers appeared in a burst of white light before him, each one aiming at the gradually clear figure on the ground. As soon as that figure appeared, Song Meng and the others' spiritual treasures attacked without hesitation. But after a flash of red light, all the spiritual treasures lost their connection with their owners. Then, the Yue Emperor, covered in bloodstains and grime, emerged from the smoke, his eyes filled with resentment, staring fixedly at Han Li. Han Li didn't look at the Yue Emperor's resentful expression, but instead fixed his gaze on the dim blood light surrounding him. A golden ruler, a pair of strange purple daggers, and a blue longsword floated within the blood light, precisely the spiritual treasures of Song Meng and others. At this moment, they remained motionless within the blood light, seemingly devoid of spiritual energy. Han Li flashed a pensive look, realizing that this person's defensive blood light specialized in corrupting ordinary spiritual treasures, and only the pair of black dragon seizing could withstand such dark arts. Furthermore, since only this person had appeared alone, it seemed that the man in the blue robe claiming to be the Black Fiend sect master had indeed perished under the thunder seed. Thinking of this, Han Li relaxed a bit. However, without giving the other party any breathing room, he commanded his dozen puppet beasts to attack. Various colored light arrows and pillars continuously poured down, striking towards the opponent. Although Song Meng and others on the side dared not use their spiritual treasures after being seized with fear, seeing Han Li launch an attack, they unconsciously activated their spells and threw various talismans down below. They knew that only by decisively defeating the last enemy in front of them could they preserve their lives and escape the nightmare of their fallen fellow disciples. Seeing this, the Yue Emperor remained expressionless, but lightly slashed in front of him with his bare hands, conjuring a massive blood-colored light shield in front of him, effortlessly intercepting all attacks. However, the Yue Emperor's own blood light seemed increasingly feeble, even giving a precarious feeling, intensifying the onslaught from Han Li and the others above. The Yue Emperor snorted coldly and without a word, lightly touched his chest, producing a dark green small bottle in his hand. He quickly poured out a blood-red pill the size of a longan. The pill emitted a strong, bloody scent, looking far from being a benevolent medicine. Yet, the Yue Emperor unhesitatingly tossed it into his mouth and casually threw away the bottle, which contained only this single pill. As soon as the blood-red pill entered the Yue Emperor's stomach, something astonishing happened. The Yue Emperor's face lit up, and the blood light on his body became dazzling once again, while all visible injuries rapidly disappeared. In just a brief moment, the formidable enemy in Han Li's mind regained his composure, as if his expended magical power and injuries had all been restored to the state before Han Li used the Thunder Seed. Damn it, how could such a thing exist in the world? Seeing this, Song Meng was so astonished that he forgot to throw the dozen ice spikes he had already formed, murmuring in disbelief. Han Li was also extremely shocked. He had no idea what the other party had taken, which could have such miraculous effects. He had never come across anything similar in all the various classics he had read. He took a marrow-refining pill. This is a life-saving pill that can only be refined by practicing several special demonic arts and being willing to sacrifice one's cultivation. This thing can only be taken by oneself, but for others, it's a deadly poison. A cold voice came from behind Chen Kaiaokian, leaving Han Li slightly stunned, while Chen Kaiaokian turned back with a delighted expression. "Sister Zhang, you're all right." "I'm fine, nothing serious. However, seeing this monster who killed Brother Liu, I must kill him." Zhang Weinyang, who had finally come to her senses, forced a smile at Chen Kaiaokian and then said coldly, "We all want to kill him. The key is, now he has the same idea." After hearing Zhang Weinyang's words, Han Li replied indifferently without turning back. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Zhang Weinyang looked down and her expression suddenly became ugly. The formidable enemy below, the Yue Emperor, retracted the light shield when they were speaking, and the blood light on his body increased to a thickness of 2 to 3 feet. The spiritual treasures seized from others gradually melted away in the blood light. All kinds of spells and puppet attacks were blocked by his blood light, while his defensive aura, which was only a few feet before, had now greatly improved. He lifted his cold gaze towards Han Li and the others, then suddenly stretched out an arm behind him and grabbed into the void. A fiery red bead shot out from somewhere behind him, accurately landing in his hand. Seeing this scene, Han Li's eyes flashed with a peculiar light as he thought of the blue-robed man who had died under his Thunder Seed. It seemed that this bead was left behind by that person. Now that this blood condensation 5 elements pill was complete, as long as he could kill this person, he could obtain this greatly beneficial treasure for Foundation establishment. "Kid, do you still have the Thunder Seed? If you do, I'll stand here and take another hit from you. Let's see if your Thunder Seed is powerful or if my protective magic is profound." The Yue Emperor carefully tucked the bead into his chest and spoke coldly to Han Li. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the air was stunned and couldn't help but look at Han Li again. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he snorted coldly and calmly replied, "I'm also curious. Is your excellency the Black Demon sect master, or was it the man just now? Moreover, it seems that your excellency has absorbed most of that person's cultivation. It's quite puzzling to me that there are cultivators willing to be someone else's sacrificial lamb. Han Li didn't answer the emperor's question, but instead brought up another topic, clearly showing a confrontational attitude. However, the emperor's expression turned strange after hearing this, appearing both mocking and regretful. But then, for some reason, his killing intent surged, and his brows furrowed. Feeling a chill, Han Li immediately whispered a few words into the ears of the others, causing Chen Kaiokian and Song Meng's four to look surprised. Seeing this, Han Li coldly said, "I've said what I needed to. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Han Li didn't use telepathy for this sentence, so even the emperor below heard it clearly, causing his face to turn cold. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed, and a thumb-thick red light flashed, appearing in front of Han Li in an instant. Startled, Han Li, although shocked at the speed of the red light, quickly overlapped the phosphorescent shield and tortoiseshell artifact in front of him. Then, a cyan light emanated from his body, and a cyan shield appeared. Faced with this mysterious attack, Han Li didn't dare to be careless. Two soft sounds of poo came almost simultaneously. Han Li instinctively leaned to the side, and then felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. Turning his head to look, Han Li's face turned extremely ugly. He saw blood gushing from a finger-sized hole on his right shoulder. Licking his dry lips, Han Li looked incredulously at the two artifacts in front of him. Similarly sized holes appeared in the overlapping phosphorescent shield and tortoiseshell artifact, both pierced by the inconspicuous red light. As for the cyan sword shield on his body, it was ineffective and almost shattered, completely dissipated by the red light. Seeing this, Han Li's heart sank. If he hadn't practiced the flowing sand steps for a long time and his agility was sufficient, he would have been fatally pierced through the heart by this attack. In the world of cultivation, if one wasn't careful, anyone could lose their life. The more Han Li thought about it, the more frightened he became. Although he knew that the opponent had absorbed most of the blue-robed man's power and was undoubtedly much stronger than before, the extent of this strength was beyond his expectations. Han Li didn't know that at this moment, while he was in extreme fear. The Yue Emperor below was even more astonished to see that his attack had not killed Han Li. Don't be fooled by the ease with which he executed his previous move. In fact, this move, the blood spirit drill, was something he had slowly condensed and compressed several times the true essence in his body during his usual cultivation. It was hidden in his body to catch his opponents off guard, and it was completely a one-time attack. Not only was the process of condensation painful, but it also took an extremely long time to form. It was one of the killing moves of the demonic technique he cultivated. In the past, whenever he used it, it was invincible, and no cultivator could escape. But now, it only lightly injured Han Li, which surprised him greatly. Now, there was only one blood spirit drill left in his body. Should he try attacking Han Li again? This made him hesitate. Chen Kaiokian and the others also witnessed the attack just now and Han Li's injury. Their faces changed drastically. Unconsciously, Han Li had become the backbone of these few people. His unexpected injury caused the others to panic. "Let's go." Han Li, after shifting his gaze away from the wound, immediately commanded without hesitation. Then he poured his spiritual power into the wind-riding boat under his feet, and the boat flew away in a flash. Song Meng, Zhu Wenyang, and the others glanced at each other, then followed closely behind Han Li as they flew away. Seeing this situation, the Yue Emperor was first stunned, but then he sneered. In a flash, he appeared in midair, ready to fly up and pursue them. However, his vision suddenly blurred, and 10 puppets of various shapes and sizes surrounded him tightly. Scram! The Yue Emperor's voice was icy. Then a ball of blood-red light spun rapidly around the group of puppets, let out a long howl, and swiftly chased after Han Li and the others. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. A moment later, the motionless puppets suddenly split apart and fell from the sky, each dismembered, none remaining intact. Above the formation Han Li had set up, he sensed everything clearly through his divine sense. Besides feeling regretful, he didn't hesitate to signal the others, and then plunged straight into the small bamboo forest below. As Han Li and the others plummeted downwards, the Yue Emperor, somewhat obstructed by the puppets, swiftly caught up. Naturally, he observed Han Li's entry into the bamboo forest with perfect clarity. This unexpected turn of events both puzzled and delighted him. From above the bamboo forest, seeing that Han Li and the others showed no signs of emerging from the woods, the Yue Emperor smirked and waved his hands. A portion of the blood-red light on his body forcibly separated. It seems these people had other plans when they fled here. They've set up a formation, the Yue Emperor thought with annoyance. But it doesn't matter. A hastily arranged formation can't be that formidable. I'll just break the formation and capture them all together. I won't let these people escape from the imperial city, the Yue Emperor thought ruthlessly. Once he made up his mind, he didn't hesitate to cast a spell, activating his secret technique. The blood-red radiance, now suspended in midair, emitted a dazzling light and halted its descent. But not stopping there, the Yue Emperor lightly traced his finger across his body, causing another chunk of blood-red light, no smaller than before, to shoot downward. In an instant, it merged with the first chunk. The entire blood-red light curtain became even redder, exuding a faint bloody aura, nauseating to anyone who caught a whiff of it. Seeing this scene, the Yue Emperor showed a satisfied smile as he continued to manipulate his hands, consecutively launching various spells, each blending into the one below. The blood curtain began to ripple with the injection of spells, surging outward and enveloping the entire bamboo forest. The deep red light oppressed everything beneath, while the green and white light inside resisted desperately, as if on the verge of being overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, the Yue Emperor finally relaxed. For him at this moment, exterminating Han Li and the others was only a matter of time. These people were trapped and could only meet their doom. It was the aftermath that required some decisive action. It seems the emperor of the Yue kingdom can't continue like this. He can only start anew, under a different name. The Yue emperor thought regretfully. While the Yue emperor pondered his next move in the air, Song Meng and the others in the bamboo forest were extremely tense. When they heard Han Li's message to retreat and trust him to protect their lives, they all followed suit without hesitation, trusting in Han Li's abilities. But they never expected to end up in this unknown bamboo forest, completely trapped. Although the forest seemed to be protected by a defensive array, it was now surrounded on all sides by the enemy's blood-red light. The array was on the verge of collapse, with the danger of breaking at any moment. How could they not be filled with shock and anger? Han Jr. brother, is this your backup plan? Song Meng asked incredulously. Yes, any problem. Han Li looked up at the situation above, speaking calmly without turning his head. Song Meng's face turned pale, while Zhu Weinyang and Chen Kayaokian, who had lost her dual cultivation partner, looked equally distressed. Only Chen Kayaokian, after glancing at Han Li's calm face, flashed a pensive look in her eyes. Han Li, if you have other means, please speak up. Don't leave us in the dark. I believe with your abilities, you must have more than one trick up your sleeve. Chen Kayaokian suddenly spoke calmly. After hearing this, the other three were stunned, then looked at Han Li with renewed vigor. It seemed they also believed that Han Li, who had shown such cautious thinking in previous battles, couldn't have resorted to such a foolish plan. Surprised by the unexpected question, Han Li lowered his head slightly and gave the others a faint smile. Don't worry, since I brought you all here, I naturally have a plan, he said confidently, then reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a small flag with a blue-purple color. Covered in densely packed symbols and runes, it was obviously not an ordinary artifact. Is this a formation flag? Zhu Weinyang exclaimed in surprise. Formation, flags, and plates were rarely seen in the Yue kingdom. Sister Zhu is truly knowledgeable. Han Li praised 7th senior sister and tacitly accepted her words. This surprised Song Meng and the others, boosting their confidence slightly. It seemed that junior brother Han indeed had other preparations. Under everyone's gaze, Han Li held the flag in the middle of his hands, and with a slight movement, the small formation flag instantly expanded several times in size, emitting a faint blue-purple light. Han Li held the formation flag horizontally in his hands, reciting a few incantations before loudly shouting, "Go." The blue-purple formation flag shot out like an arrow, disappearing from view. Han Li then took out 3 more identical formation flags from his storage pouch, using the same method to send them in different directions, concealing them from sight. After completing all this, Han Li coldly glanced at the sky, where he now held a light yellow formation plate in his hand. This unremarkable plate emitted no light, but Han Li held it solemnly, raising it above his head, then gently shook it. A thick yellow pillar of light shot up into the sky, directly hitting the green and white light barrier. Almost simultaneously, 4 other colored pillars of light, gold, blue, red, and green, shot out from different directions, all piercing into the barrier. The originally precarious green and white light barrier instantly stabilized under the influence of these 5 colored pillars. A faint tidal sound emanated from it, gradually growing louder and faster, resembling endless thunder converging overhead, shaking people's souls and leaving them unable to control themselves. The green and white protective barrier gradually changed color, turning into a 5-colored glow. Despite the red light outside shaking and colliding, the glow stood firm like a reef in a stormy sea, unmoved. Seeing this scene, Song Meng and the others relaxed, realizing that the formation set up by Han Li was far from simple. It seemed that survival was no longer an issue. Above, witnessing the unusual change in the formation, the Yue Emperor, after several attempts to break through, felt that things were not going well. His face, initially filled with astonishment, now bore a look of fear. Seeing this scene, Han Li sneered, while Song Meng and the others stared in disbelief. Zhu Wenyang was so surprised that she clenched her fists tightly, not even feeling the long nails cutting into her skin, blood trickling down unnoticed. As for Chen Kaiokian, her face, unexpectedly, displayed a complex array of emotions. Han Li didn't have time to explain the secrets of the inverted 5 elements formation to these people. Instead, he released the white phosphorus shield and tortoise shell artifact from his storage pouch, surrounding himself. With a deep voice, he said, "Everyone, if you have talismans, now is the time to use them. We'll attack together and take down this person. Since we're trapped in this formation, he won't be able to escape anytime soon." Han Li's words brimmed with confidence. Upon hearing Han Li's confident words, and seeing him take out a cyan talisman and sit down with closed eyes, Chen Kaiokian and Zhang Wenyang silently took out a red and yellow talisman respectively from their storage bags and activated them in a similar manner. Chen Kaiokian's senior brother and Song Meng exchanged a bitter smile. They didn't have their own talismans. Although Chen Kaiokian's senior brother had a blue talisman left by a fellow Taoist, he had just obtained it and didn't understand its power and effects well enough to use it rashly. As for Song Meng's gray spear talisman, its power had been exhausted after the battle with the ice demon. So, the 2 of them simply stood dryly beside Han Li, providing protection for the 3 of them. At this moment, the trapped Emperor Yue seemed to realize that his current chaotic state of mind was not a solution at all, so he stopped moving and floated in the air motionlessly. He lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, Emperor Yue suddenly raised his head and fiercely tore off the golden crown on his head. His long black hair scattered in the wind, covering half of his face, which, along with the blood-red glow emanating from his body, made him appear even more mysterious and sinister. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly used his sharp nails to make a crosscut on his wrist. A large amount of blood gushed out and merged into the blood-red light around him. The bright red light suddenly dimmed and turned dark red in an instant. Now even Song Meng and others, who were so far away, could smell the nauseating smell of blood, causing their expressions to change slightly. However, they could do nothing but watch the enemy continue to cast his spell. Seeing that the color of the blood light around him had changed, Emperor Yue opened his mouth and spewed 2 red qi onto his wrist. Some unknown spell caused the 2 deep wounds to immediately stop bleeding and gradually fade away. But Emperor Yue's face noticeably turned paler due to the loss of blood. Then a fierce expression flashed across his face as he reached into his chest and pulled out a bare black knife handle. The handle was not large, about half a foot long, dull and worn, extremely inconspicuous. However, Emperor Yue held the object cautiously, as if it were not an inanimate object, but an extremely dangerous one. Staring at the knife handle, he began to chant a low and bitter incantation. The incantation was not loud and was difficult to understand, but amidst the slow voice, there was a hint of a primitive atmosphere, giving people a sense of ancientness. What is he going to do? Song Meng, who was observing from afar, was surprised and couldn't help but ask unconsciously. I don't know, maybe he's casting some powerful spell. The other disciple beside him, who also couldn't understand the incantation, said with some concern. Although the 2 of them didn't know the enemy's intentions, seeing Emperor Yue self-harming and bleeding, they knew he was desperate and ready to fight back. Just when Song Meng and the others were uneasy, Emperor Yue's chanting suddenly accelerated, and the primitive aura became even stronger. Emperor Yue's eyes flashed with red light, and an astonishing scene occurred. The knife handle suddenly burst into black light under the chanting, floating up in the black light and stopping about a foot above his head, where it remained motionless. Emperor Yue became even more cautious. With extremely skilled hand movements, he formed strange hand seals, causing black blood threads to appear in the blood light around him. These blood threads emerged and swiftly flew towards the knife handle. Initially, there were only a few blood threads, but soon there were dozens, even hundreds, emerging from the blood light, all flying towards the knife handle like moths to a flame. In no time, the handle was completely wrapped in densely packed black blood threads, which then coalesced into a sizable blood clot after some wriggling. The handle was completely enveloped. Upon closer inspection, the blood clot, tinged with black and emitting a strange light, gave off an eerie feeling, as if it could suck one's soul into it, truly eerie. Although Emperor Yue saw this, he showed a pleased expression. He dispersed the hand seals and was about to perform another method when the blood clot, which had stopped wriggling, suddenly emitted a dazzling black light, wriggling vigorously again, becoming unstable. Seeing this, Emperor Yue's expression of joy disappeared, replaced by a look of fear. He quickly looked around, and then back at the blood clot, his expression even more fearful. But immediately, determination filled his face, and he uttered several heavy incantations before biting his tongue fiercely. A mouthful of impure blood, along with a piece of his tongue, sprayed onto the blood clot. The black blood clot sucked in these foreign objects and immediately stopped wriggling, its dazzling light dimming. Emperor Yue, still uneasy, quickly performed more than a dozen hand seals, pouring all his spiritual power into them. The last trace of light on the blood clot also dissipated. Only then did Emperor Yue heave a sigh of relief. After spitting out the blood, his face suddenly aged 10 years, looking extremely haggard. But he had no time to worry about anything else now. He casually flicked a piece of blood light from his body towards the blood clot, and with a low voice began to speak again, albeit somewhat unclearly due to his missing tongue. The blood clot gradually elongated and deformed, and after his last incantation, it revealed the black knife handle once more, turning into a true long knife composed of black blood, emitting an astonishing blood aura. Seeing this knife, Emperor Yue's face showed fanaticism. He reached out and grabbed the handle, swinging it casually. Despite not displaying much power, he looked extremely satisfied. Gazing deeply at the knife, Emperor Yue let out a long roar, transforming into a huge blood light ball along with the knife and rushing towards the bamboo forest below, greatly alarming Song Meng and the others who were closely watching. Just then, Han Li, who had been closing his eyes, opened them, staring with cold eyes at the blood ball rushing down. Just now, although Han Li was activating his talisman below, he still had enough spiritual power to clearly perceive the opponent's actions. However, when the black blood knife formed, Han Li's spiritual sense near it was forcibly absorbed by the black blood knife, showing signs of complete absorption. This alarmed Han Li, who immediately retracted his spiritual sense, luckily escaping from being completely absorbed. However, even so, Han Li was drenched in cold sweat. If his spiritual sense had truly been absorbed by the evil knife, he had no idea what terrifying consequences there would be. Although Han Li now knew the power of this knife, he was even more confident in his hastily arranged reversal of the 5 elements grand array. After all, even Lei Wan, who was in the foundation establishment stage, had said that breaking the original, unimproved reversal of the 5 elements array was not an easy task. Now, with this more powerful newly arranged formation artifact, although it was not fully set up, Han Li didn't believe that a foundation, establishment cultivator, could break it in a short time. Therefore, although he opened his eyes, he remained calm in his heart. As Han Li's thoughts turned, the blood light from Emperor Yue had already collided with the 5-colored light, emitting a loud squeak sound of great pressure. The light easily blocked him. However, Emperor Yue, who was prepared, smiled sinisterly. He tightly grasped the black blood knife in both hands and fiercely swung it toward the 5-colored light. A sharp whistle emanated from the knife, followed by a dazzling black light, as the knife released a more than 10 zhang-long astonishing black blade light, slicing through the 5-colored light and revealing a passage. Seeing this, Emperor Yue rejoiced inwardly. Without hesitation, he rushed into the opening, while the black light in his hands continued to flicker. He actually charged into the five-colored light. "So no, what should we do?" Song Meng couldn't help but cry out in panic. The other person didn't speak, but his face was equally unsightly, full of anxiety. "Don't panic, that light is just the first layer of defense. My formation isn't so easily broken." Just then, they heard Han Li's calm voice in their ears, instantly calming them down. However, they were also surprised. This junior brother Han was actually able to multitask while activating talismans, truly impressive. Song Meng and the other person were shocked when they saw Emperor Yue attacking Han Li, who was sitting cross-legged. Although they knew that they couldn't withstand even half a move from this knife, they still raised their hands in helplessness. One conjured a series of fireballs, while the other threw out a talisman, summoning 7 or 8 huge stones the size of millstones, hopping to slow down the attack. Unfortunately, under the gentle sweep of the huge knife light, these two types of spell attacks were completely destroyed before they even got close to the knife. Then the knife light turned around again, carrying a strong smell of blood, and fiercely chopped down once more. Han Li watched as the knife light was about to reach him, but he remained calm, a hint of a cold smile hanging on his lips. Emperor Yue was surprised to see Han Li so calm. Before he could carefully consider its meaning, the knife light had already chopped down. With this slash, Han Li disappeared from beneath him, and the knife fell into empty space. Startled, Emperor Yue realized that he had somehow returned to a high altitude dozens of zhangs above. Below, he still saw the five-colored light, realizing he had been teleported back to his original position. Emperor Yue's face turned extremely ugly. Gritting his teeth, he slashed several times, breaking through the rainbow light once again and rushing down. However, Han Li remained seated in place, calmly watching him. This time, Emperor Yue didn't recklessly charge forward but shook his body, unleashing a vast expanse of blood light that covered the sky before the black knife light followed. Because he was prepared in advance, Emperor Yue finally saw the strange scene that unfolded below. When the blood light was about a zhang away from Han Li's head, it seemed to be swallowed by something, disappearing without a trace. Then, he simultaneously sensed the appearance of his own protective magic light behind him in the high altitude. He had indeed been instantly transported back to his original position. In Emperor Yue's shock, his subsequent attack from below naturally had no effect at all. After he and the knife flashed, they returned to the high altitude above the rainbow light. This time, Emperor Yue's face turned pale, showing panic for the first time. He didn't rush downward, but waved the black blood demon knife in his hand, continuously sending out crescent-shaped knife lights in different directions, trying to find the flaw in the formation. As the knife lights flew out, they unexpectedly rebounded back after a flash of white light, causing him to be in a frenzy, barely managing to catch his own sharp attacks. If Emperor Yue couldn't break out of this formation earlier, he would have just thought that there was some illusion within the formation, so he wasn't particularly worried, thinking that breaking a small formation with his magic power would be an easy task. But now, seeing people being instantly transported and powerful attacks being rebounded, his heart sank. This was the powerful formation known as the Forbidden Array, a restriction that could only appear in such a formidable array. Just as he felt extremely uneasy, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from below, making him startled. He quickly tightened his grip on the black knife in his hand, and the blood light on his body rapidly rotated, enveloping him in a blood-colored whirlwind, protecting him from wind and rain. Then, two equally powerful spiritual pressures erupted from below. After a moment of buzzing sound, the rainbow light below split open, revealing a circular passage with a diameter of about 10 zhang. Instantly, densely packed green rulers swarmed out of the passage, forming a green torrent rushing straight towards Emperor Yue, precisely the successful activation of Han Li's green ruler talisman. After the rulers flew out, a fiery red small sword and a yellow crystal ball followed suit. As soon as these two items emerged from the passage, they underwent a transformation. One became extremely large, while the other emitted dazzling yellow light. Under the control of Chen Kaioqian and Zhang Weinyang, these two magical treasures silently flanked Emperor Yue. Seeing this scene, Emperor Yue's face turned ashen, and he frantically swung the black blood knife in his hand. Immediately, 7 or 8 huge knife lights shot out, aiming towards the green rulers. In a burst of crackling explosions, most of the rulers were shattered. Han Li, who was manipulating the treasures below, turned slightly pale because of the mental connection, as he was affected as well. The power of this blood knife was unexpectedly formidable. Fortunately, he didn't need to directly confront it. But now, Emperor Yue was just struggling in his final moments. Even though the knife lights obstructed him, the remaining green rulers and the following red sword and yellow crystal ball took the opportunity to fly towards the blood wind. Without hesitation, they plunged into it. Immediately, within the crimson vortex, various sharp whistles rose, and the green, red, and yellow lights continuously blossomed, engaging in a fierce battle with the black light. Obviously, the struggle inside was extremely intense. Suddenly, a furious voice came from within, followed by a burst sound. The black light and the yellow and red lights simultaneously flashed, and then the 3 colored lights completely disappeared from the blood wind. Below, Chen Kaioqian and Zhang Weinyang, who were sitting next to Han Li, both turned pale, their eyes becoming lifeless. "The 7th senior sister, are you okay?" Seeing this, Song Meng asked anxiously. "We're fine. That blood knife from the other party is truly sinister, actually daring to confront our magical treasures and me and senior sister Zhang head-on. Now, let's see if junior brother Han's magical treasures can kill the opponent." Chen Kaioqian took out 2 blue pills from her sleeve, took one herself, and handed the other to Zhang Weinyang, speaking softly. Your magical treasures were destroyed. The other person was extremely shocked. In his mind, apart from magic weapons, magical treasures should be invincible. Yes, I suspect that the other party's demon knife might be a fragment of some magic weapon. Zhang Wenyang took the pill, her face showing an unusual flush, and said with her lips slightly parted, "A fragment of a magic weapon. How is that possible?" Chen Kaioukian was also surprised. Just then, a series of earth-shattering roars erupted above their heads, making them quickly look up. Through the faint rainbow light, in the place of the great battle, a dazzling light mixed with blue and blood colors erupted. After a moment, the blood light rapidly diminished, completely submerged by the blue light. Then all the lights gradually disappeared, revealing Emperor Yue standing upright. They saw his face filled with confusion. His lips moved slightly, and then he collapsed like porcelain, turning into a pile of rotten flesh that fell straight down from the sky, gently supported by the rainbow light above everyone's heads. Seeing this scene, Han Li's fellow disciples showed ecstatic expressions. Song Meng even turned directly to Han Li and exclaimed excitedly, "Han Jr. brother, you've killed this demon. I knew you could do it." "I only managed to break the blood light by releasing all the remaining power of my magical treasures. Otherwise, it might have been a protracted battle," Han Li said with a smile, filled with a hint of self-satisfaction. This method of releasing the remaining power of magical treasures all at once was not something ordinary people could do. It was only after Han Li had used and seen so many different magical treasures before that he had gained some insights. This was a sharp means to counter the enemy, greatly reducing the number of times magical treasures could be used, but greatly increasing their power. It was extremely effective against some strong enemies. Han Li had just comprehended this method a few days ago. Now, after unexpectedly using it, he successfully annihilated the enemy who was already severely weakened. Of course, this magical treasure also came to an end, turning into ashes. However, Han Li's thoughts were already focused on the blood, condensing 5 elements pill at this time. After responding to Song Meng, he released 2 beast puppets without hesitation and flew straight towards Emperor Yue's corpse. The others didn't pay much attention to this scene. After all, this enemy could almost only be killed by Han Li alone, so the spoils of war naturally belonged to him. However, Zhang Wenyang, who had finally avenged her beloved, finally had a smile on her face. She repeatedly thanked Han Li. She said that if senior brother Liu and the others knew about this underground, they would definitely be grateful to Han Li for avenging them. This statement made Han Li, who actually had another purpose for this trip, feel a little embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject and suggested that the others should hurry up and search the various places in the palace to see if there were any remnants of the Black Evil sect lurking around. He also needed to tidy up here and dismantle the large array. After hearing Han Li's words, the others understood his intentions. He was clearly giving them the opportunity to search the spoils of war from the black evil sect's lair. Song Meng immediately smiled, while Chen Kaiokian and Zhang Weinyang felt embarrassed. However, Han Li calmly said, "I will meet up with you after I finish cleaning up here. Also, there should be many good things on the black evil sect leader's body, enough to make up for me." Hearing this, the others also found it reasonable and no longer refused. After all, they had suffered quite a bit in today's battle. So, after Han Li lifted the large array, the others immediately flew away on their magical treasures. Seeing that these people had disappeared, Han Li waved to the two beast puppets above and they flew back to him, carrying several items they had found. Among these items, Han Li immediately spotted the 5 blood, condensing 5 elements pills with great joy. Immediately, he took them from the beast puppet's mouth and carefully inspected them. Confirming the immense spiritual power contained within the pills, Han Li was reassured of their authenticity. He then took out a delicate jade box from his storage pouch and carefully stored the 5 pills inside. Although Han Li didn't know the specific effects of the blood condensing 5 elements pills, seeing how Emperor Yue valued them so highly, he knew that the words of the Prince of the Xinfeng Royal Palace regarding the significance of pill refinement were likely true, which excited him greatly. Next, Han Li's gaze turned to the other items. A jet-black bowl, a blood-red cone about an inch in size, and a jade slip emitting a grayish-white aura. Looking at these items, Han Li felt a bit uneasy. At a glance, these items seemed to be specialized tools for practitioners of demonic cultivation and evil techniques. There might even be some curses or prohibitions inscribed on them. Therefore, Han Li didn't rush to handle them. Instead, he took a deep breath, and a faint light emanated from his hands, wrapping them in a thin layer of azure light. Feeling more at ease, Han Li picked up the jade slip and examined it. Apart from emitting a somewhat eerie aura, the jade slip didn't seem to have any prohibitions inscribed on it. After taking a deep breath, Han Li slowly extended his spiritual sense into it. As soon as his spiritual sense entered the jade slip, Han Li stood still in place, but his expression became strange. Sometimes he was full of joy, sometimes extremely frustrated, and finally his expression became extremely cautious, with a hint of rare fear. After about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense, but he looked somewhat dazed. The contents inside the jade slip were somewhat expected by Han Li, but also somewhat surprising. It recorded the cultivation techniques of various individuals from the Black Evil sect, such as the Black Evil Usura technique practiced by the Prince, the Demon Yin decision practiced by the 4 blood servants, and the blood-refining divine light practiced by Emperor Yue, and so on. But what surprised Han Li was that all these cultivation techniques mentioned a book called the Mysterious Yin Scripture, suggesting that these cultivation techniques all originated from it. This greatly aroused Han Li's curiosity. However, despite searching through the jade slip, he couldn't find any information about the whereabouts of this scripture. Helplessly, Han Li had to give up on this and focus on some other mysterious techniques mentioned. Among them, several caught Han Li's attention. Not only did they resolve some of his lingering doubts, but they also mentioned the true purpose of the blood condensing 5 elements pills. Han Li carefully studied them. It turned out that the blood condensing 5 elements pills were something akin to the inner core of a demon beast, condensed within the bodies of practitioners who cultivated the demon yin decision. This was also the primary purpose behind the creation of the demon yin decision, and the reason why the 4 blood servants could transform into demon yin creatures and advance to the foundation establishment stage without needing foundation establishment pills was also because they had condensed this pill. However, according to the description of the demon yin decision, even if one cultivated this technique without using blood sacrifice techniques, due to the rapid progress of the technique, it was impossible to form the pill in one's lifetime. The foundation establishment stage was the highest level achievable with this technique. In fact, not only the demon yin decision, but several other cultivation techniques had similar fatal flaws, almost all of them having the fatal flaw of being unable to form the pill. Of course, their cultivation speed, coupled with the assistance of blood sacrifice techniques, naturally made astonishing progress. The appearance of the blood condensing 5 elements pills seemed to compensate for this flaw in such cultivation techniques. This led to the introduction of a secret technique called blood pill technique in the jade slip. According to this secret technique, even a late foundation establishment stage cultivator with the worst aptitude had a 1/3 chance of forming a pseudo-golden core, similar to a real golden core, called a blood pill, after taking the blood condensing 5 elements pills following this technique. Although the blood pill was slightly inferior in power to a real golden core when it was first formed, it wasn't far off, and it also had the miraculous effect of prolonging life. When Han Li saw this, his heart almost jumped out. A 1/3 chance of forming a core. The blood condensing 5 elements pills were simply too extraordinary. He almost immediately had the impulse to grab the 5 pills and try them. However, the drawback mentioned behind the blood pill technique made Han Li stunned. It said that because the blood pill was ultimately an artificial core, once formed, there was no possibility of further growth. This meant that the cultivator's cultivation level would remain at the early golden core stage for the rest of their life. If it were just that, Han Li wouldn't hesitate to take this shortcut. The method of releasing 3 successive transformations of the 3 transformations of heavy yuan power, and then condensing the core was too arduous and too uncertain. Even if he really succeeded in 3 transformations, Han Li had no confidence in his heart. After all, this technique was only a hypothesis made by the master who created the Azure Yuan sword art. No one had ever really practiced it. But the blood pill technique was different. Judging from the tone of the secret technique, Someone must have used this technique before. A 1/3 chance was too tempting for Han Li. As for forming a blood pill and being unable to advance to the nascent soul stage, Han Li didn't even consider such a distant matter. The nascent soul stage was something Han Li would only occasionally fantasize about in his dreams at night. For him now, forming a core was his highest goal. As for whether he would still aspire to condense a nascent soul after forming a core, that was something to consider in the future. However, the subsequent explanation of the blood pill technique made Han Li dumbfounded. It continued to say that once the blood pill was formed in the cultivator's body, it would continuously release demonic aura. Over time, it would gradually erode the cultivator's consciousness. Although the erosion wouldn't lead to a loss of consciousness or a terrifying fate like forgetting one's loved ones, the cultivator's mind would become dull, and their intelligence would gradually diminish, an unavoidable outcome. This sent a chill down Han Li's spine. After all, Han Li's greatest confidence had always been his sharp mind, which was his greatest asset in the cultivation world. So when he saw this, Han Li struggled for a moment in his heart, but ultimately, he completely dismissed the idea of using the blood condensing 5 elements pills himself. At this moment, Han Li felt extremely regretful. Wouldn't it mean that the blood condensing 5 elements pills he had worked so hard to obtain were completely useless? But upon a moment of reflection, Han Li felt that something was amiss. If that were the case, why would Emperor Yue specifically cultivate these pills? Seeing his cunning appearance, he definitely wouldn't use them himself. Thinking of this, after skimming through the other techniques, Han Li's attention shifted to another technique he was very interested in, the external incarnation technique. This world-renowned, top-tier demonic technique had long been heard of by Han Li. Although the specifics of such incarnation techniques varied greatly in terms of their techniques and effects, they were undoubtedly something that practitioners in the demonic path cherished like their lives. They were basically the highest secrets of various sects. The 7 major sects of the Yue Kingdom had tried every means to collect related techniques, but ultimately, they had gained nothing. After Han Li quickly read through the technique, he was extremely delighted because he had finally found a place where he could use the blood condensing 5 elements pills. If his guess was correct, then that Emperor Yue must have had the same plan as him, which was why he spared no effort to cultivate the 4 blood servants and condense the blood condensing 5 elements pills. And the man in the blue robe, who had been absorbed by him and died under Tianlei's Zai, was the incarnation he had refined. Only in this way could it explain why he willingly absorbed the cultivator's power and made no resistance. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Han Li quickly went through the remaining techniques before focusing on another technique he was very interested in, the method of condensing the blood-spirit drill. This made Han Li remember it. The blood-red cone he obtained was the solidified form after the blood-spirit drill left the body, and it should be usable as a magical tool. As for the jet black bowl, it was a rare magical tool called the Soul Gathering Bowl, specifically used to contain the souls and primordial spirits of cultivators. Once trapped in this magical tool, all souls and primordial spirits would gradually lose their spirituality and become ordinary wandering souls, solely for use by practitioners of the demonic path for manipulation and refinement. As for this soul-gathering bowl, Han Li only glanced at it briefly, but the chilling aura emanating from it forced him to shiver, and he hurriedly stored the bowl in his storage pouch. Han Li knew very well that he hadn't cultivated such yin techniques, so he naturally couldn't utilize this magical tool. Considering the chilliness of this magical tool, who knows how many cultivators' souls were buried within it? If he were to have more contact with it, he would only end up seriously ill. After carefully storing away several items, Han Li glanced at the sky glowing with twilight and leaped towards a corner of the bamboo forest. A moment later, Han Li pulled out a green flag stuck into the base of a giant bamboo root. Instantly, the boundless glow of the prohibition disappeared without a trace. Han Li smiled faintly, then turned and headed towards other corners. Before long, Han Li had retrieved all the flags and plates from the bamboo forest and carefully stored them in his storage pouch, treasuring them greatly after witnessing the newfound power of the inverted 5 elements formation. Upon returning to the original spot in a calm manner, Han Li intended to summon a flying vessel to leave the area. However, he noticed something on the ground, a body that resembled Emperor Yue, fallen like rotten mud. It seemed that when the glow vanished, it fell from the sky. Han Li furrowed his brows slightly, sighed softly, flicked his finger, and sent a fist-sized fireball flying towards Emperor Yue's body, turning it into ashes. Even such a remarkable figure ended up as nothing more than a pile of ashes after death, which made Han Li sigh in amazement. Then Han Li patted his storage pouch, and a golden light flew out, creating a large pit in an empty space nearby. He gently waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze blew all the ashes into the pit, securing them safely. Suddenly, a white light flashed, interrupting Han Li's burial action. He stopped abruptly, surprised. With a single-hand gesture, a white embroidered handkerchief floated out of the pit into his hand. "What's this?" Han Li's eyes scanned it, revealing a hint of puzzlement. The handkerchief was slightly yellowed, clearly ancient, and emitted a faint fluorescence throughout. But what puzzled Han Li was the vague map embroidered on it. Curious, Han Li eagerly examined the map. However, after scrutinizing it several times, he lost interest. After careful examination, he was certain that it was definitely not a map of Yue Kingdom. It depicted an unfamiliar place, and it was obviously incomplete. However, the discovery of this map from the ashes indicated that Emperor Yue had hidden it inside his body using some secret method. Otherwise, it would have been discovered by the beast puppet at the beginning. In this case, this map was quite significant. Lost in thought, Han Li stored the incomplete map in the jade box containing the 5 elements pills. Now was not the time to solve mysteries. He needed to find other people as soon as possible. After all, with Emperor Yue dead, there were some troublesome matters to attend to. When Han Li found Chen Kaiaokian and others in the cold palace, another piece of bad news arrived. In the secret chamber of the Black Fiend sect master in the cold palace, they found the corpse of Wu Xuan, who had recently died after being drained of blood through blood sacrifice. Upon hearing this news, Han Li was first stunned, but soon he sighed softly without saying a word. Now, because of the Black Fiend sect's affairs, so many Foundation establishment cultivators from their sect had perished. When he returned, Li Hueyuan, the sect master, would probably not look kindly upon him. After all, it was he who had caused this disaster. Feeling helpless, Han Li delegated the aftermath to Chen Kaiaokian and Zhang Weinyang, then made up an excuse and returned to the Qin residence. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he returned to his residence, someone unexpected appeared before him. I pay my respects to senior brother Han. The middle-aged man in brocade clothes bowed respectfully. Junior brother Ma, why have you come to me so late? Is there something important? Han Li's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Having just returned from the imperial city, Han Li didn't expect this disciple responsible for liaising with Yue Jiang to be waiting for him in the courtyard. And judging by the situation, he had been waiting for quite some time. Senior brother, I've just received news. There's an order from above that all Foundation establishment cultivators must rush to the 7 sects camp on the border immediately. The opposing side has issued a declaration of war, and in 2 months, the 6 demon sects will battle us to determine the victor. The higher-ups have ordered to recall all personnel. Additionally, there's a message from Master Li enclosed, the brocade-clad man said solemnly. After he finished, he handed a letter and a jade slip to Han Li. Han Li listened with a slight surprise, but calmly accepted the 2 items, carefully examining them. The order on the letter was indeed consistent with what the man had said. It required all Foundation establishment cultivators who were performing tasks outside to gather at the border camp within a month from receiving the order. The date for the decisive battle with the demonic sects had been set. The insignia at the end of the letter also confirmed its authenticity. After verifying the letter, Han Li immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip. Inside, a phantom image of Li Hueyuan appeared, speaking concisely. He instructed that there was no need to continue guarding the Qin residence, as news had been received that the demonic sect's plan to infiltrate the secular world of Yue had been cancelled for unknown reasons. Han Li and the other disciples could safely return to the border. Listening to Li Hueyuan's brief words, Han Li felt as if he was spitting blood in frustration. He suppressed his frustration and withdrew his consciousness. I understand. Leave the letter and the jade slip here. I will inform the others, Han Li said after a moment of contemplation. Then he bid farewell to Han Li and flew away. Han Li watched him depart before letting out a soft sigh and pushing the door to his house open. The next morning, Han Li, Song Meng, and a few others sat in the living room discussing their departure from Yue Jiang. Before joining the battle, I want to make a trip back to my family's sect, then head to the camp. So I won't be traveling with you all, Chen Kaiaokian said, lightly biting her lip. I want to return Liu's senior brother's belongings to the Liu clan. Zhang Wenyang's face looked somewhat haggard, her eyes slightly red. Although they didn't explicitly say it, their intention to act alone was apparent. I don't have any urgent matters. Han Junior brother, shall we go back together? Song Meng, who was quite easygoing, suggested, giving Han Li a friendly pat on the shoulder. No, fourth senior brother. I have some personal matters to attend to. Han Li declined with a smile, having his own plans. Oh, okay, forget it then. Song Meng looked disappointed. In that case, I'll accompany senior sister Chen back. The only surviving senior brother, Chen Kaiaokian, suddenly smiled at Song Meng. Song Meng's face lit up with joy at this arrangement, as they would have someone to spar with along the way. Watching this, Han Li chuckled inwardly. He hadn't expected his fourth senior brother to remain unchanged after the bloody battle. With that settled, they agreed to part ways the next morning. In the afternoon, Han Li went to inform Qin Yan about their safety, then bid farewell to her amidst her joy. After leaving Qin Yan's residence, Han Li headed towards his own residence. However, as he passed through the small garden where he usually walked, he saw Chen Kaiaokian standing with her back to him, wearing a white dress, blocking his path as if she were admiring the flowers. Surprised by this sight, Han Li paused for a moment before walking past silently. Senior sister Chen, what a coincidence. Han Li greeted casually, intending to walk past her. But suddenly, Chen Kaiaokian twisted her slender waist, turned her body lightly, and revealed her exquisite face to Han Li. It's not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you specifically, Chen Kaiaokian said with slightly parted lips. Her pair of autumn eyes stared straight at Han Li, her face showing a complex expression. Waiting for me, Han Li showed a hint of surprise. But for some reason, he felt a mix of bitterness and joy in his heart. I heard that white chrysanthemum mountain outside Yue Jiang is incredibly beautiful, a major attraction nearby. Would senior brother Han accompany me to take a look? After a moment of silence, Chen Kaiaokian unexpectedly said something that surprised Han Li. Sure, Han Li, as if compelled by some unseen force, changed his mind, despite intending to refuse a moment ago, when he saw the sorrow in her eyes. That's great, senior brother Han. Let's go now. If we wait until sunset, we won't be able to see anything, Chen Kaiaokian said with a hint of blush on her face, showing a joyful expression that accentuated her unparalleled beauty. Once he uttered the words, Han Li felt a tinge of regret. He had already made up his mind not to entangle himself with this woman anymore, but now he had inexplicably agreed to her. It seemed that his resolve was still lacking. With this thought in mind, Han Li silently shook his head, but verbally he still agreed, saying, "All right, then Sister Chen can ride my divine wind boat with me, so we can come and go quickly." After saying this, Han Li took out the gleaming divine wind boat and invited Chen Kaiaokian to board with him. Upon seeing this, Chen Kaiaokian smiled and graciously boarded the boat without hesitation. Thus, Han Li took Chen Kaiaokian and flew away on his flying vessel. After a while, they arrived at the renowned White Chrysanthemum Mountain in Yuejing. The mountain was covered with various kinds of chrysanthemums, mostly in white, creating an extremely charming scenery. To Han Li's surprise, after arriving at the mountain, Chen Kaiaokian did not say a word to him. She simply walked along the path up the mountain, occasionally stopping to admire the scenery she particularly liked. Following behind her, Han Li also remained silent, but he couldn't help feeling a bit lost as he gazed at her graceful figure, appearing completely clueless about romance. An hour later, Chen Kaiaokian reached the mountaintop and stood in a small pavilion, gazing around. Han Li stood by her side. At this moment, apart from Han Li and Chen Kaiaokian, there wasn't a single tourist on the mountaintop, making the atmosphere extremely quiet. After maintaining this subtle atmosphere for a while, Chen Kaiaokian finally uttered softly, "Han Junior brother, after the great battle ends, I'm afraid I'll have to marry." Hearing this, Han Li was taken aback and couldn't help turning his head to look at her with a surprised expression. The other party is a direct disciple of the Qin family, another major cultivation clan, and has recently built his foundation under the Tiank Tower. I've met him a few times, and he seems like a decent person. If nothing unexpected happens, he will marry into our Chen family and become my dual cultivation partner. Chen Kaiaokian continued calmly, ignoring Han Li's surprised expression. At this point, Han Li's surprised expression gradually faded. After hesitating for a moment, he politely said, "Then congratulations to senior sister Chen on finding happiness. When the time comes, junior brother will definitely prepare a..." Before Han Li could finish his sentence, it was apparent that these were not the words the other party wanted to hear. Chen Kaiaokian trembled slightly, and without waiting for Han Li to finish, she coldly raised her hand and threw out a round object, then flew away on her flying vessel without a second glance, as if there was nothing left to linger for. Watching Chen Kaiaokian disappear in the direction she left, Han Li stood in place with a cold expression, motionless. After a long while, he sighed deeply and flew away listlessly. Although he had already made up his mind, seeing a woman who had feelings for him about to marry someone else still made Han Li feel somewhat lost. Perhaps this was the common ailment of all men. Although they were called cultivators, they were just like ordinary people when it came to emotions. As Han Li mocked himself, he flew back to the Qin residence. However, just after returning to his residence, he learned from others that Chen Kaioukian had already left the area ahead of him. Han Li smiled bitterly inwardly. It seemed that Chen Kaioukian was truly disappointed in him and was ready to marry someone else peacefully. Although somewhat melancholic, Han Li was not an ordinary person after all. He only nodded calmly and continued to chat and laugh with others for the rest of the day. And so, the next morning, one by one, the others left the Qin residence, and Han Li was the last to leave. Just before leaving, he secretly took a look at Mo Fengwu. After all, they had met once, and he intended to bid farewell. But when he saw Mo Fengwu from outside the attic window, Han Li changed his mind about seeing her again. Because Mo Fengwu, dressed as a young woman, was reciting scriptures with a woman in her 50s, her face filled with peace and tranquility. Han Li silently watched for a while and ultimately chose not to disturb her, quietly turning and leaving. For this woman, perhaps it was better not to see each other. It might prevent her from recalling those painful memories. Perhaps this peaceful and serene life was what she truly yearned for, Han Li thought somewhat melancholically. Han Li left Yuejing, making a detour to Jiayuan City. Since he had promised to help the Mo family seek revenge, he had to take a look. Although there were no more cultivators from the demonic path causing trouble now, with the imminent battle, there probably wouldn't be any high-level cultivators setting up formations in the city. As long as he quietly killed the master of the five-colored sect, even if the people from the Spirit Beast Mountain were angry again, they wouldn't be able to find him. However, besides causing trouble for the five-colored sect, he also wanted to see how Sun Ergu had managed the Four Flat Gang over the years. With the help of Kun, he should have achieved something by now. And the contingency plan he had left behind back then seemed to be of little use now. With such thoughts in mind, Han Li sat on the Divine Wind boat and headed straight for Jiayuan City. It was quite a coincidence that his last visit to Jiayuan City was over a decade ago, but many things were still vivid in his memory. 5 days later, a young man in a blue shirt stood in front of the renowned old restaurant Xiong Family Restaurant. This person stood on the street in front of the restaurant, squinting at the sign of the restaurant with a somewhat strange expression. This was none other than Han Li, who had just entered the city. Han Li stood there, feeling emotional for a moment, before casually stepping inside. Coincidentally, as soon as he reached the second floor, he saw the table by the window where he had sat on that day, surprisingly empty. Han Li was delighted and walked over without hesitation. He had just sat down when a waiter from the restaurant came up to wipe the table and asked Han Li what he would like to order. Han Li smiled faintly, ordered a few tasty dishes at random, and then let the waiter leave. He didn't come here just to satisfy his appetite. With this in mind, Han Li's gaze turned to the street outside the window. The majestic Mo mansion still stood there, with some burly men standing in front of the gate. However, the huge plaque on the gate no longer read Mo Mansion, but had been replaced with two large golden characters, Lee Mansion. Hanley frowned slightly as he looked at the glittering characters Lee Mansion. According to what he knew, the master of the five-colored sect seemed to be surnamed Lee, so it seemed they had directly taken over the mansion. For some reason, Hanley found the characters Lee Mansion particularly irksome, as if the previous plaque of Mo Mansion was more pleasing to the eye. Just as Han Lee was thinking about this, laughter came from downstairs in the restaurant, and several young men came up from the stairs, all dressed in luxurious clothes, looking like young masters from noble families. Behind them were several burly servants. These young men, led by a thin and fragile-looking figure, were quite domineering despite their appearance. The thin young man, seemingly light enough to be blown away by a gust of wind, didn't hesitate to wave his hand to call over the waiter as soon as he arrived at the restaurant. The waiter immediately hurried over and greeted him with a fawning smile, eagerly asking, "Young Master Zia, do you have any orders? Tell your boss to come here. Today, we want to treat an esteemed guest to a meal. Make sure that the unrelated people on the third floor leave quickly, and any losses incurred will be fully compensated by us." This thin, seemingly small figure had a surprisingly loud voice. But the waiter didn't show the slightest displeasure. He nodded repeatedly and went to inform the boss. Whether it was because the boss was shrewd and capable, or because these young masters had a significant reputation, no one on the third floor dared to show any resentment as they quickly paid their bills and left. Seeing this, Han Lee just lazily glanced at the few men and then cast his gaze back to the street outside the window. After the young man, Zia, who led the group, was satisfied, they all nodded in satisfaction and then went downstairs to greet their guest. After a while, footsteps sounded again from downstairs. This time, Han Lee was slightly surprised and couldn't help turning his head to look. Because among the heavy footsteps, there was clearly one person whose steps were light and graceful, as if he could fly. This was something that only martial artists could achieve after reaching a certain level of proficiency in lightness skill. This piqued Han Lee's curiosity. A young man with an elegant demeanor, accompanied by several young masters, ascended to the second floor. This young man, in his 30s, had a handsome face and a faint smile, giving off a friendly vibe that was quite appealing. The barely audible footsteps belonged to him. The young man chatted and swept the second floor with the others. When he saw Han Lee's ordinary face, he didn't pay much attention and went straight to the third floor, indicating that he was the so-called distinguished guest. As soon as they reached the second floor, exquisite dishes were brought up one after another like flowing water by the servants, and then the servants and attendants were dismissed by the young masters, indicating that they didn't want their conversation to be overheard. Seeing this scene, Han Lee's interest grew, so he quietly extended his divine sense to the upper floor, hearing their conversation clearly. "Brother Lee, we owe you a lot this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered a big loss. It's really giving us face that you could come this time. Here, let me toast you first. This was the voice of the thin young man, full of gratitude. It's nothing. Those outsiders dared to abduct people right under the nose of our five-colored sect, which was already a taboo. It was only right for me to lend a hand and save you guys. The handsome young man replied politely, very approachable. Hearing five-colored sect and Brother Lee, Han Lee downstairs showed a hint of surprise. It can't be just a coincidence to encounter someone related to the five-colored sect. Han Lee was somewhat astonished. Anyway, if it weren't for Brother Lee's help this time, we would have been in extreme danger. If Brother Lee needs any help in the future, we won't hesitate to offer it. Another young master patted his chest and said, "Yes, those kidnappers are really capable. I was sleeping soundly at home, and when I woke up, I was somewhere else. I was really frightened at the time. Fortunately, our fathers and brothers found our father in time, or we would have suffered a lot," the thin young man said with lingering fear. In fact, Mr. Wang and the others didn't find. The young man surnamed Lee began chatting with them. However, Han Lee heard the general situation from their brief conversation. These young masters with a prominent status in Jiayuan City were kidnapped by a group of outsiders, and their families sought help from the five-colored sect. The son of the sect master quickly rescued them, and now they were holding a banquet to thank him again. Han Lee listened absent-mindedly while looking out of the window, hoping to hear some useful information about the sect master of the five-colored sect from them. Soon, a casual greeting from the thin young man caught Han Lee's attention. "Brother Lee, I heard that the sect master is about to celebrate his 60th birthday in a few days. Is your mansion preparing for it? By the way, the sect master is still vigorous at his age. He doesn't look old at all. When the time comes, we must come and drink a toast. He, my father has profound cultivation, naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Brothers, your visit is warmly welcomed. My father just returned from inspecting the branch and is preparing for the celebration in the mansion. He attaches great importance to this birthday celebration." The young master replied with a smile. Well. Upon hearing this, Han Lee withdrew his divine sense. Since he knew that the sect master of the five-colored sect was in the Lee mansion, everything was easier. With that in mind, Han Lee downed a glass of wine, left some silver on the table, and said in a deep voice, "Waiter, the bill. No need for change." After saying that, he left the restaurant without looking back. The waiter naturally followed behind, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Once out of the restaurant, Han Lee glanced in the direction of the Lee mansion a few times, a faint sneer appearing on his lips, then left without turning back. He would visit the Lee mansion in the evening. If there were no other Foundation establishment cultivators nearby, he would take the opportunity to take the life of the sect master of the five-colored sect, fulfilling his promise. But for now, it was still daytime, and he had other matters to attend to. With this in mind, Han Lee disappeared into the crowd coming and going. Today, the Four Flat Gang was well known in Jiayuan City. Although it couldn't be compared with the largest gangs, it was definitely a top force among the medium-sized gangs, with its leader still being the famous Sun Gu. Of course, Sun Gu's status was very different now, and no one dared to call him that. Now when others saw Sun Gu, they all respectfully called him Master Sun. The headquarters of the Four Flat Gang had moved from its old location over a decade ago to a more prosperous street in the city. The gang members no longer did the hard labor of selling themselves at the dock for a living. Instead, after some fighting and struggles, they had acquired a considerable territory and even started legitimate businesses such as pawn shops and restaurants. As a result, the Four Flat Gang became richer and richer, and the life of Master Sun became more and more prosperous. Just last month, Master Sun had taken in a 9th concubine, who happened to be a famous courtesan in Jiayuan City. This concubine had some seductive skills, and as soon as Master Sun married her, he spoiled her to the extreme, almost spending every day in her room. As for the other concubines, he had long forgotten about them. Now, before nightfall, Master Sun eagerly walked towards the back courtyard. Thinking of the charming appearance of the young beauty, he felt a warm feeling in his heart, unable to contain his excitement. But when Master Sun pushed open the door of the fragrant room, he was stunned. Facing the door of the room was a young man, and when this young man saw Master Sun come in, he lazily said, "Sun Gu, I didn't expect you to have some skill. The Four Flat Gang is doing well. It seems I didn't choose the wrong person back then." Not only did this young man call him by his name, but he also spoke in a condescending tone. It was none other than Han Li, who had secretly infiltrated the headquarters of the Four Flat Gang. When Master Sun saw Han Li, he immediately recognized him as the mysterious figure who had supported him years ago. After all, due to taking the appearance-restoring pill, Han Li's appearance hadn't changed at all over the years. This shocked Master Sun, and his heart was in turmoil like surging waves. But after a moment of uncertainty on his face, Master Sun quickly showed a respectful expression and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. It turns out it's the young master. Sun Gu pays his respects to the young master. It was really embarrassing for Master Sun. It had been many years since he had spoken to anyone in such a humble manner, but he still did it with such ease. Seeing Master Sun's attitude, Han Li raised his eyebrows, showing some surprise. But then he smiled faintly and said with some interest, "Forget it. You are now the leader of the gang. There's no need for such formalities. I just came to see how you're doing with your development, and I'll be leaving soon." When Master Sun heard Han Li's words, he felt a lot more at ease. He was afraid that this person would come and demand him to relinquish his power. After so many years in a high position, he knew a little about the affairs of cultivators. They were not figures that ordinary mortals like them could resist. Speaking of which, this person really was elusive. He originally thought that with such a great favor, the other party would use him like a puppet. But unexpectedly, this person said to let go, and he hadn't shown up for so many years. It made him feel like he had become someone superior. But just when he thought that the other party might have forgotten about him completely, this young master suddenly appeared again. This made him, who didn't know the real purpose of Han Li, extremely uneasy. Han Li looked at Master's son for a moment, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. "Come here and stretch out your wrist." Han Li frowned slightly and ordered without hesitation. Master's son, upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment, but still obediently approached and stretched out his arm. Han Li grabbed Master Sun's wrist unceremoniously and injected a strand of spiritual power into his body, rapidly circulating it along his meridians. After a while, Han Li released his hand with an unchanged expression and said a shocking sentence to Master Sun. "You've been secretly poisoned. At most, you have a month to live." Han Li's voice was cold and emotionless. "Poisoned? No way. I'm usually very careful, and all the food is handled by a dedicated person," Sun Gu said with a horrified expression, showing signs of unease. Han Li didn't bother explaining further after hearing him. With a wave of his hand, a flash of blue light flew into Sun Gu's body. What's this, young master?" Sun Gu didn't dare to dodge but became somewhat panicked. "This is true spirit technique. It can reveal the toxins in your body. Look in the mirror yourself." Han Li sat casually in a chair and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Sun Gu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly rushed to a corner of the room where there was a dressing table for women. In a fluster, he found a small bronze mirror on the table and cautiously glanced into it. Suddenly, he froze. Reflected on the mirror was a face shrouded in black qi, with a dark purple complexion that looked deeply poisoned. "Young master, please save me. I've always been loyal to you, never wavering." Sun Gu returned with a fearful expression, kneeling before Han Li and pleading desperately. At this moment, he believed most of it. As Han Li's identity as a cultivator, he couldn't deceive him so elaborately. If he really intended harm, he could easily end Sun Gu's life with just a flick of his finger. Seeing Sun Gu's loyal appearance, Han Li smiled faintly, then calmly said, "Don't worry. This poison, although insidious, isn't very potent. It won't kill you in a few days. There's no need to panic so much." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Sun Gu felt somewhat relieved, but he continued to pretend to be pitiful and pleaded, "Young master, with your great abilities, could you please help me detoxify? I will continue to serve you faithfully. If you don't believe me, I can swear under poison. Sun Gu, although his status had changed significantly from before, seemed even more afraid of death now. Without waiting for Han Li to say anything, he began uttering a string of oaths, making Han Li both angry and amused. "Serving me faithfully. It seems like I've always been the one benefiting him," Han Li thought wryly. "Here's a detoxification pill. Take it later, And as long as you don't get poisoned again, you'll be fine in the future. Han Li shook his head lightly and took out a blue pill, tossing it to Sun Gu. This kind of poison wouldn't have affected you so deeply if it hadn't been administered repeatedly over the past few months. I think you should be able to figure out who poisoned you. Isn't that right, my esteemed leader son? Han Li suddenly chuckled, half-jokingly. Please spare me, young master. It wasn't my doing, it was Master who. Before Han Li had the chance to say anything, Sun Gu quickly explained, fearing Han Li's anger. Master, what happened? Han Li's face darkened suddenly, causing the temperature in the room to drop sharply, making Sun Gu shiver with fear. Please calm down, young master. It wasn't my fault. It was Master who ran away on his own. Although he's not in the city now, he hasn't gone far, just in the nearby mountains and forests. I have people keeping an eye on him. Sun Gu hastily explained, fearing Han Li's wrath. Ran away on his own. What's going on? Explain it clearly. If it's not your fault, I'm fair in rewarding and punishing. Han Li's expression softened slightly, showing some surprise as he spoke calmly. After all, Sun Gu knew about Master's whereabouts, and that was enough. However, Han Li found it hard to believe that Master, who was essentially a puppet, could run away on his own. Seeing that Han Li didn't really get angry, Sun Gu breathed a sigh of relief but still didn't dare to delay in explaining. Since you entrusted Master to me, I've always taken care of him according to your instructions. Only when it was absolutely necessary did I let others see him. Master's abnormal behavior happened 6 years ago. At that time, our gang was expanding, and we faced a formidable opponent. I had no choice but to ask for Master's help. After the battle, although Master's appearance was majestic, a few days later, I received a report that Master had spoken. I was shocked and hurried over with the soul bell. But Sun Gu sighed with a bitter smile as he continued his story. What happened? Didn't you have the soul bell with you? Couldn't he have attacked you? Han Li was astonished to hear that Master spoke, his face showing disbelief. No attack occurred, but before I could enter his room, Master seemed to sense my presence and broke through the wall, fleeing like the wind. I couldn't catch up with him at all. Sun Gu explained, wearing an expression of helplessness. Fled. Han Li raised his eyebrows, a pensive look in his eyes. Yes, young Master. Master has been gone for several years now, but he hasn't gone far. He's been lingering in the nearby mountains and forests for some reason. Despite sending many experts from the gang to find him, every time we get close, he immediately moves away, refusing to meet with me. And when others go, none are a match for him. 2 senior members even died or were injured trying to capture him. Sun Gu said, puzzled. There's nothing strange about that. It's probably because you have the soul bell. Although I don't know why Master lost control, it's clear that the restriction I placed on him back then still has some effect. Han Li sneered, speaking calmly as usual. I see. Sun Gu's expression confirmed what he suspected. It seemed that he had guessed the reason. Tell me where Master is staying now. I'll take care of him from now on. This matter seems to have nothing to do with you after all. I'll need to personally investigate what happened. Also, you won't need the soul bell anymore. Give it to me. After some thought, Han Li calmly said, Yes, young master. My subordinates reported a few days ago that Masterk is currently in the western part of. Sun Gu respectfully reported a location 100 miles away from Jiayuan City, then carefully took out the soul bell from his pocket and handed it to Han Li. Han Li nodded, took the small bell, inspected it briefly, and put it away in his storage pouch. I came here not only because of Masterk, but also because I have some questions about the five-colored sect. You must answer me truthfully. Han Li suddenly wore a serious expression, speaking in a cold tone. Sun Gu was visibly startled by Han Li's sudden change of demeanor, but quickly nodded repeatedly. What kind of person is the current sect master of the five-colored sect? Does he have any family? Have there been any outsiders in the Li residence recently? Is he staying there now? Han Li asked sternly. Sun Gu shivered inwardly but answered without hesitation. I don't know much about the sect master of the five-colored sect. I've only seen him from afar a couple of times. I only know that his martial arts are profound. He has 2 sons and a daughter, all married. The eldest son oversees the main altar of the five-colored sect's former site, and the second son is with the sect master, stationed at the Li residence. I've heard. Sun Gu gave a detailed and comprehensive account. Clearly, he had put a lot of effort into gathering information on the five-colored sect. Han Li listened to the information without expression, tapping his finger on the table unconsciously, as if digesting the information. When Sun Gu noticed that Han Li had stopped asking questions, he cautiously asked, Young master, could it be that you want to take action against the five-colored sect because of the incident at the Mo residence? Han Li frowned slightly at the question, his expression turning dark. You've asked too many questions. Don't pry into things you shouldn't know, and don't make baseless guesses. Do you want to become an amnesiac? Han Li's voice was cold and full of threat, making Sun Gu immediately apologize profusely. With a snort, Han Li finally relented. When it came to asserting dominance, Han Li didn't show any mercy. Seeing Sun Gu's cold sweat dripping, Han Li knew it was almost time, so he relaxed and prepared to give him some benefits. All right, continue being the leader of the Sun gang in the future. Unless there's something special, I won't look for you. But since we part today, I don't know when we'll meet again. So, keep this thing safe. In case you have descendants in the future, they can use this to recognize me. As long as your descendants are willing to serve me, I will ensure their wealth and prosperity for life. Han Li said as he took out an ordinary blank talisman paper. Swish, it crisply tore in half, and he handed one half to Sun Gu while keeping the other half for himself. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Sun Gu first showed surprise, then full of joy, and excitedly knelt down in front of Han Li, kowtowing 3 times loudly. Then he raised his head solemnly and said, Seeing this scene, Han Li was slightly stunned. Although his original intention was to win over Sun Urgu, he didn't expect that just by making a promise, it would make the other party so grateful to this extent. But after a moment of contemplation, Han Li understood. In the mundane world, humans value nothing more than carrying on their lineage and the rise and fall of their family. Han Li's words guaranteed the prosperity of the Sun family for generations. As a result, Sun Urgu naturally wanted to sincerely attach himself to Han Li. After all, Han Li hadn't given Sun Urgu any excessive orders over the years, which naturally made him feel that it was the best choice for his descendants to continue to serve Han Li. Realizing this, Han Li was quite pleased. Sun Urgu sincerely working for him in the future would have a much better effect than just going through the motions. Good, since you are now sincerely loyal to me, I will naturally give you more benefits. Take these 2 bottles of elixirs. One bottle is for treating all kinds of internal and external injuries. As long as a person doesn't die, they can be saved. The other bottle is the detoxifying elixir I gave you before, which can detoxify all poisons in the world. Keep it for your own life-saving use. Han Li flipped his hand, and 2 delicate porcelain bottles appeared in his palm. Then he casually threw them to Sun Urgu. Sun Urgu was naturally extremely grateful and felt that he had not made the wrong choice. Then, Han Li gave Sun Urgu some instructions before leaving the headquarters of the sipping gang amid his respectful send-off. He decided to keep this escape route. Who knows when it might come in handy? Han Li silently thought to himself as he stood on the street outside. Glancing up, he saw that it was now completely dark, the perfect time to go to the Li residence. So, Han Li's figure flickered as he flew towards the Li residence. In a short while, he arrived above the Li residence. Taking advantage of the dark night, Han Li easily landed and then used several concealment spells in succession, silently disappearing into the Li residence compound. Because of his experience infiltrating the Xing residence, Han Li was very skilled at using detection charms to subdue a master with considerable skill, and then use mind control technique to inquire about the whereabouts of the leader of the Five-Colored sect. As a result, to Han Li's great joy, the leader of the Five-Colored sect was not in the heavily guarded main residence, but had gone to a secluded courtyard where his second son lived, as if to discuss something. After confirming the location of the secluded courtyard, Han Li did not hesitate to summon a fireball, turning it into ashes. Since this person heard his voice and words, it was better not to leave any live witnesses. Then, Han Li bypassed numerous guards, both visible and hidden, and arrived at a not-so-small courtyard. However, to Han Li's surprise, there were 4 white-clad men standing motionless in front of the tightly closed courtyard door. These 4 men had high temples, and their eyes were shining brightly, obviously all skilled martial artists. Han Li frowned. It seemed that these were the personal guards of the leader of the Five-Colored sect. If these people were left outside, then the leader of the Five-Colored sect must be really here. Han Li coldly stared at the four guards, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly appeared in front of them with a swift movement. The four white-clad men were greatly surprised. They were about to take action, but Han Li's figure flashed again, instantly producing four phantoms, all of which lightly waved their palms towards the four men. Immediately, these men fell to the ground without a sound, each with a bright ice cone pierced into their hearts, their bodies covered with a layer of white frost. Han Li expressionlessly used a fireball to turn the bodies into ashes, then pushed open the wooden door and walked into the courtyard. On his way here, he had already searched the entire Li residence with his divine sense and found not a single cultivator. This made Han Li feel relieved and ready to unleash his killing intent. It seemed that the leader of the five-colored sect was really fated to die by his hands. Han Li had already decided that as soon as he entered the courtyard, he would kill everyone inside. If any survivors were left behind, and the cultivators from Ling Beast Mountain found out about him, it wouldn't be a joke. As Han Li thought this, he walked into the courtyard with a murderous aura. But when he saw the situation in the courtyard clearly, he was stunned. In the courtyard, there was a young woman holding a 2- or 3-year-old girl, gently singing a lullaby to put her to sleep. Although the woman's face couldn't be seen as she was looking down, her voice was extremely gentle and affectionate. Even Han Li, as an outsider who had just come in, could clearly sense her love for the girl. This scene was completely beyond Han Li's expectations, causing most of his murderous intent to unconsciously dissipate, leaving him with a feeling of being unable to advance or retreat. This woman was the wife of the junior sect master, but why didn't Sun Ergu tell him they had a child? Because Han Li didn't conceal his actions when he came in. Although the young woman was looking down, she still knew someone had come in. So she stopped her lullaby and said somewhat displeasedly, "Didn't I tell you? Stay outside and don't come in casually. You'll wake up our Yingning." After saying this, the young woman coldly raised her head to look. Obviously, she mistook Han Li for one of the four guards outside. When the young woman and Han Li saw each other's faces clearly, they both exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it you? Why are you here?" The young woman's complexion changed. Her extremely beautiful face darkened, and a trace of panic and confusion appeared on her face. It was as if she had been caught red-handed in an affair and was caught on the spot, which was somewhat ridiculous. But Han Li had no smile on his face. His expression was extremely ugly. After a while, Han Li finally exhaled a sigh of relief and said coldly, "Should I call you Senior Sister Mo, or should I call you Mrs. Li? Senior Sister Moyaju." This young woman was actually the eldest of the three Mo sisters, the peerless beauty who once captivated the young masters of Jia Yuan City and made them forget about food and sleep. Although she was now dressed as a young wife, her stunning beauty had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it exuded a charm that drove men crazy. Hearing Han Li say this, Mo Yuju's face turned extremely pale, and her body couldn't help but sway a few times, almost sitting down on the ground with the child in her arms. Yuju, how come I hear someone else's voice? Who are you talking to? A somewhat familiar voice came from inside the house. Then the door opened, and an old man with white hair and a young man in his 30s walked out. The young man was none other than the Lee family young man Han Lee had a brief encounter with at the Xiong family restaurant. As for the white-haired old man, with snowy white hair and a ruddy complexion, he had a kind and benevolent appearance. However, when he saw Han Lee, a trace of strangeness flashed across his face. Is this person the leader of the five-colored sect? Han Lee glanced coldly at the old man, not hesitating to ask Mo Yuju. But at this moment, Mo Yuju, who had no mind to say anything, just hugged the little girl tightly, stared at Han Lee tightly, and seemed determined not to speak. Who are you? What have you done to my wife? The young man, seeing a young man standing in the courtyard, was already extremely surprised. Later, he heard Han Lee directly call Mo Yuju's name, which made him even more furious. His body swayed as if he wanted to teach Han Lee a lesson. But before he could take a step, the leader of the five-colored sect next to him grabbed him and said calmly, "Excuse me, are you misunderstanding something? We're from the five-colored sect." The young man, witnessing Mo Yuju's self-sacrifice, attempted to interject, moved by her bravery, fearing Han Lee's wrath, but was abruptly cut off by Han Lee's icy retort. "Shut up, neither of you have a say here. I know you're affiliated with Beast Mountain, but to me, it makes no difference. Should I hear another word from either of you, I'll eradicate your entire faction." Han Lee's words were stern, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, the young man flushed with embarrassment and anger, but dared not act upon it, anxiously glancing towards his father for guidance. Meanwhile, the five-colored sect master, though outwardly composed, couldn't conceal the concern in his eyes as he observed his son's distress. It was evident that Han Lee's words had struck a nerve, instilling fresh unease. "Give me a reason to spare their lives. This is in the interest of avenging your Mo family." A request made directly by Fengwu, Han Lee directed his words to Mo Yuju, his tone firm. "Fengwu is alive. That's wonderful news. I've been fretting over her fate all this time. I later learned she apparently jumped into the river back then." Mo Yuju's face lit up with joy upon hearing Han Lee's words. "Not only Fengwu, but Kei-Huan and Sister C are also alive and well, but I'm disappointed in you now. Convince me, or I will still take their lives." Han Lee's expression remained cold as he spoke. Hearing this, the five-colored sect father and son breathed a collective sigh of relief, knowing that the formidable cultivator had abandoned his initial intention to kill them. They understood they were at his mercy. Seeing their relief, Han Lee softened his tone slightly and continued, however, "Now that it involves Sister, and your opinions are conflicting, I have no intention of being the villain here. Let Sister deal with it herself. Hopefully, she can convince Fengwu." With that, Han Lee transmitted the whereabouts of Mo Fengwu and Mo Kei-Huan, to Mo Yuju via voice transmission. Relieved, the five-colored sect father and son relaxed, knowing they were spared for the moment. The five-colored sect master even attempted to ingratiate himself with Han Li, but a cold glare from Han Li made him retreat, understanding that Han Li wasn't interested in further interaction. I don't know what means you used to have my sister marry your son, nor do I intend to pursue it. But in the future, treat my sister well, or... Han Li's threat hung in the air, leaving everyone present with no doubt about his intentions. Brother Han, you've misunderstood. I can. Mo Yuju hurriedly tried to defend the father and son, but before she could finish, the elder had already spoken. Rest assured, immortal sir, I will ensure my son treats Yuju well and doesn't let her suffer any grievances. The five-colored sect master, quick on his feet, knew that Han Li wasn't interested in explanations. He simply sought a promise. So he earnestly assured him. Han Li nodded, expressing satisfaction. Moved by his gesture, Mo Yuju hesitated for a moment before gently handing over the sleeping girl in her arms. Brother Han, I know you're a great immortal now. This is Yinning. Hold her. Consider it a bond and a bit of your immortal aura, Mo Yuju whispered softly. Upon hearing her words, Han Li was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled faintly, accepting the girl without hesitation, and glanced down. Such innocence in her face, delicate features, fair skin with a hint of rosy cheeks. Though still very young, Han Li could already glimpse the future resemblance to another Mo Yuju. The little girl, perhaps exhausted from playing during the day, remained sound asleep, a sweet smile on her face. Suppressing the urge to pinch the chubby cheeks, Han Li sighed softly, then retrieved a white jade pendant from his storage pouch and gently placed it in the girl's arms. Then, he returned the girl along with the jade pendant to Mo Yuju. Although this spirit-communicating jade isn't rare, it can provide warmth in winter, coolness in summer, and ward off pests. Let her keep it as a memento. After several battles, Han Li had acquired various treasures, including this spirit-communicating jade. What happened tonight, I don't want anyone from Beast Mountain to know. You two aren't talkative people, are you? Han Li suddenly looked up and said coldly to the five-colored sect master. The old man's heart skipped a beat. Then he showed a humble expression and repeatedly said he dared not. Han Li stared at the five-colored sect master without saying a word for a while. When he saw the other person sweating nervously, he smiled and then disappeared from the spot without a trace. At the moment the old man was shocked, he felt a light pat on his shoulder, and his body stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Sure enough, it was Han Li, standing behind him with a calm expression. Do you have any other orders, immortal sir? This old man will definitely comply. The five-colored sect master forced a smile nervously. It's nothing, just wanted to say hello, Han Li said calmly. Say hello. The old man was puzzled, not quite understanding Han Li's intention. But then he remembered something and hurriedly checked his body, relieved when he found no abnormalities, then relaxed. Meanwhile, Han Li, without speaking, released the divine wind boat and then stood on the artifact after a flicker. After giving the old man and the young man a deep look, Han Li sneered and turned into a white light, flying away into the sky, leaving the puzzled father and son, and Mo Yuju with a complex expression behind. Han Li stood on the artifact, facing the wind, a faint sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although the five-colored sect master just now repeatedly claimed he dared not let anyone from Beast Mountain know about his visit, Han Li could sense a hint of insincerity in his expression. Since that was the case, Han Li naturally wouldn't let a cunning person harbor resentment against him in secret, even if the other party was just a mortal. So, when he appeared behind the old man just now and lightly patted him, he secretly manipulated his actions, injecting a heart-piercing bug into his body. This bug was extremely peculiar, its body as thin as a hair, almost invisible to the naked eye, only detectable by divine sense. But once it entered the body through the skin, it would slowly crawl towards the person's heart along the blood vessels. 1 or 2 years later, the person affected would gradually experience symptoms of heartache and insomnia, which would worsen over time. After several months, the person would die from heartache, indistinguishable from a normal myocardial infarction. Even high-level cultivators who came to investigate beforehand wouldn't notice any abnormalities. After so long, they would naturally not associate their death with the palm Han Li struck tonight, allowing him to easily dissociate himself from the situation. Han Li obtained this sinister bug from a demonic disciple he killed. At first, he didn't know what it was, but later had it identified, learning of its origin and purpose. Now, it was being put to use on the five-colored sect master. This way, he didn't have to play the villain in front of Mo Yuju, and also fulfilled his promise to Mo Fengwu in a roundabout way. Han Li thought to himself with some satisfaction. Before this, even if the other party had informed Beast Mountain of tonight's events, Han Li wouldn't have cared. After all, he hadn't harmed the father and son at all tonight, and presumably the people from Beast Mountain wouldn't trouble him over such a trivial matter. As for the five-colored sect master's son, he seemed decent enough. Hopefully, Mo Yuju and he would get along well in the future. Thinking like this, Han Li stepped on the divine wind boat and flew towards the west of Jiayuan City. He needed to resolve the anomaly of Kun as soon as possible. Although he didn't know what had happened to Kun, he couldn't just leave it unattended. Over 100 miles west of Jiayuan City lay a large area of high mountains and dense forests, rumored to be inhabited by poisonous snakes and fierce beasts. It was probably why Kun, after the anomaly, ran to this place. Standing in the air, Han Li calmly looked at the dark mountains below, saying nothing. After a while, he reached into his storage pouch and took out the soul-attracting bell. Han Li held it flat in his palm and slowly infused it with spiritual power. After a while, the soul-attracting bell emitted a faint white light and floated up into the air. Go. Han Li made a hand gesture and quickly threw a spell into the small bell, then said softly. The soul-attracting bell trembled slightly, then made a clear sound and flew rapidly in a certain direction. Seeing this, Han Li's face showed a faint smile. He followed closely behind on the divine wind boat. With the drop of Kun's blood that Han Li mixed into the bell during its refinement, he could easily locate Kun's hiding place with this bell. Of course, the bell couldn't be too far from Kun. If they were separated by thousands of miles, Han Li would be helpless. But now, judging by the bell's response, Kun was indeed nearby, which made Han Li happy. The bell flew straight for 30 or 40 miles, then suddenly veered downward. Seeing this, Han Li knew it had found its target, so he sped up, grabbed the bell, and then a layer of blue light appeared, completely enveloping the white light of the bell. Silently landing on a small hill, Han Li looked around. Although the night was dark, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, Han Li could still see some things vaguely, so he headed straight for the spot where the bell had originally landed, a large pile of rocks on the mountain top. Han Li walked silently, as stealthy as a ghost. So when he finally saw Kun was still unaware, sitting on a huge rock, meditating with his eyes closed. Hiding behind a rock, Han Li, who was secretly observing Kun, was extremely surprised. Because he sensed spiritual energy on Kun's body, which was clearly the spiritual energy fluctuation that could only be possessed by someone in the 5th or 6th layer of qi condensation. How could Han Li not be amazed? Han Li remembered very clearly that Zhang Tai was unable to cultivate longevity art at all, indicating that he probably didn't have spiritual roots. Wait a minute. Being unable to cultivate the longevity art doesn't mean Zhang Tai doesn't have spiritual roots. It just means he doesn't have would attribute spiritual roots. Could it be that Kun actually has spiritual roots of a different attribute? Han Li suddenly realized. If that's the case, it's such a coincidence. Among the millions of ordinary people, 2 people with spiritual roots, and they were both taken in by that mode doctor as disciples. Han Li found it hard to believe, but then he thought, in that case, it's a pity. Just because of the difference in spiritual root attributes, Zhang Tai and I ended up with completely different results. If I lacked the attribute that Zhang Tai had, I'm afraid my fate. But then Han Li remembered something and furrowed his brow slightly. A hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, but he still didn't show himself, just coldly staring at Kun, who was meditating. After about the time it took to finish a meal, Kun opened his eyes and slowly stood up, stretching his limbs. Seeing the extremely lively look in his eyes, as if he had gained consciousness, Han Li, who was secretly observing him, had no trace of joy on his face, but instead wore a gloomy expression with a hint of killing intent. The progress today is good. It seems that in another 3 or 4 months, I won't have to fear that mortal who holds the artifact that restrains this body. Kun seemed very happy, muttering to himself in the end. Just as Kun was showing a happy expression, A cold voice came from one side. It seems that you are very satisfied with this body. Who? Hun's face changed drastically. He quickly looked towards the source of the sound, his face full of vigilance. At this moment, Han Li, expressionless, emerged from behind the mountain rock, his face filled with a cold aura. Who are you? Huh, you're a foundation establishment cultivator. Han, seeing Han Li's move, first asked in a stern voice, but then found that he couldn't determine Han Li's cultivation level, revealing a frightened expression. This sentence happens to be what I want to ask you. Who exactly are you, and why are you occupying this body? You should know that this body belongs to my friend, whom I personally entrusted to my subordinates. You didn't say a word and occupied it for so many years. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Han Li said calmly. This body belongs to you. Kun showed a doubtful expression, his eyes rolling incessantly, apparently thinking of something sinister. Seeing this, Han Li sneered, suddenly raised his hand, revealing the soul-attracting bell wrapped in blue light. What are you going to do? Kun, seeing Han Li's actions, was like a startled rabbit, immediately leaping back dozens of feet, his face full of vigilance. Although he had sensed the existence of the soul-attracting bell before, he didn't know its specific shape, nor did he know that this small bell was a tool specifically designed to restrain this body. He just subconsciously thought that Han Li was taking out a random artifact to attack him. Han Li ignored the man's startled and angry expression, instead dispersing the blue light enveloping the soul-attracting bell. He then extended his finger and lightly tapped the bell. With a thud, Kun, who was about to take advantage of the situation and escape, immediately fell to the ground. My primary magic tool. The artifact you have in your hand is the primary magic tool of this body. Kun exclaimed, fear evident on his face. Now that you know, if you don't want to suffer, you'd better explain your origin. I'm quite curious how you managed to possess this body. Aren't cultivators prohibited from possessing mortals? Han Li said calmly, his voice flat, as if he were just chatting with a friend. However, upon hearing this, Kun couldn't help but shiver. It was well known that possessing mortals was frowned upon in the cultivation world. While it wasn't to the extent of killing those who did, cultivators certainly didn't look kindly upon them. Han Li's unusually calm expression made him even more uneasy, and he couldn't help but think of a way to escape. Forgive me, I used to be a foundation establishment cultivator before. It was only after my body was destroyed in a battle with my enemies that I had no choice but to occupy this body, Kun explained with a forced smile after standing up. Is that so? Han Li replied nonchalantly. In truth, Han Li was slightly surprised to hear that the man was a foundation establishment cultivator. However, Kun couldn't discern Han Li's thoughts. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, he couldn't help but feel even more uneasy and hurriedly said, although my cultivation has fallen to the lower levels of the qi condensation stage, I still have some magic tools and spirit stones. As long as you don't pursue this matter, I'm willing to give them to you. His tone became somewhat submissive. It was clear that he understood the principle of bowing under someone else's roof. However, Han Li didn't pay any attention to his tempting words. Instead, he pondered for a moment before casually asking, "Are you a cultivator from the 7 sects?" Han Li asked casually. As far as he knew, there were few Foundation establishment cultivators outside of the 7 sects, although some large cultivation families had quite a few. "Oh, yes, I am a cultivator from Beast Mountain. Could it be that you are also a cultivator from the 7 sects?" Gun replied with a calm expression, but Han Li could see a hint of panic in his eyes, which made him suspicious. "So you're a cultivator from Beast Mountain. I wonder, is Miss Han Yunji from your mountain doing well?" Han Li asked with a gentle smile. "Han Yunji? I'm sorry, I've been in seclusion for many years, so I don't have much impression of the younger disciples." Hun replied with a moment of confusion, followed by a few awkward chuckles, seemingly insincere. "Don't recognize her. Then can you at least tell me about some other disciples you know? I know many cultivators from Beast Mountain. Maybe there's someone I know." Han Li continued to inquire without changing his expression. This, Kun began to feel uneasy, his eyes darting around, appearing quite dishonest. Seeing his evasive behavior, Han Li's expression turned cold, and he said without hesitation, "You disappoint me. It seems you're asking for punishment. It seems that you're not going to cooperate willingly." Han Li didn't mince words, and suddenly moved forward, swiftly returning with a flash. Hun remained motionless, but a mind-locking talisman appeared on his chest out of nowhere, leaving him with no chance to react. He couldn't move a muscle, but he managed to cry out in alarm, "Friend, what is the meaning of this? We can talk things out." When used on ordinary people, the mind-locking talisman could completely immobilize them, rendering them unable to speak. However, its effectiveness was slightly reduced against cultivators with some mana, although it still prevented them from moving. They could still speak and show facial expressions. Han Li paid no attention to his cries, and instead took out a jet-black bowl from his storage pouch. As soon as this object appeared, a chilling aura filled the air, causing the temperature to drop sharply. Then, eerie cries and howls emanated from the bowl, surrounded by strange black mist, making the artifact appear even more sinister. It was the soul-gathering bowl that Han Li had recently acquired. Han Li held the artifact with one hand, casting a cold glance at Hun, who couldn't help but feel a sense of dread upon seeing the bowl's appearance. "What are you going to do? Are you planning to use soul refining technique?" When he mentioned the soul refining technique, Hun showed an extreme fear in his eyes. The soul refining technique was a notorious spell in the cultivation world, feared by all. It was said that practitioners of this technique could extract a person's soul and torment it using specialized spells. The excruciating pain inflicted on the soul was unbearable even for the strongest-willed individuals. Moreover, the stronger the cultivator's soul, the more intense the pain they would endure, terrifying all cultivators. The rumors about the soul-refining technique were widespread in the cultivation world, and it was often used by sects and major families to punish traitors. It was known for its cruelty and was notorious in the cultivation world. Gun believed that Han Li was planning to use this terrifying technique, and his face showed extreme fear. Han Li listened to Hun's words without changing his expression, feeling somewhat surprised. To be honest, he didn't intend to intimidate the man with the soul-refining technique when he took out the artifact. He simply wanted to use the bowl's chilling aura to give the man's soul a taste of suffering. But now, this man actually thought he was going to use the soul-refining technique, and he was terrified. Han Li couldn't help but feel a little tempted to take advantage of the situation. Ask you one more time, what is your origin, and why did you impersonate a cultivator from Beast Mountain? Han Li didn't respond to whether he was going to use the soul-refining technique, instead asking coldly. This evasion tactic made the man more certain of his beliefs. His face turned pale, and his lips moved a few times, but he still didn't speak. Seeing this, Han Li didn't waste any more words. He muttered a few incomprehensible spells to himself, and then lifted the soul-gathering bowl without hesitation, bringing it close to the man's face. The moment the bowl appeared in front of him, Hun felt an intense coldness enveloping him, as if his soul was about to freeze. It was as if countless steel needles were piercing his soul simultaneously, causing excruciating pain. After just a moment, unable to bear the pain any longer, he let out a miserable scream, and his facial muscles contorted in agony. Don't worry, I haven't even started casting the spell yet. The pain will be 100 times worse when I do. Han Li's voice echoed in his ears. 100 times worse. Upon hearing this, Hun nearly fainted from fear. The current pain was unbearable for him, and 100 times worse. It would surely make his soul suffer so much that it would dissipate into nothingness. This was definitely the legendary soul-refining technique. Tasting the bitterness, Kun no longer doubted. Therefore, when he saw Han Li cast another spell, he hurriedly changed his tune. Friend, spare me, I'll talk. Please put away the artifact and don't use the soul-refining technique. Because of the chilling aura emitted by the bowl, Hun felt extremely cold all over. If it weren't for the remaining spiritual power protecting him and his body being stronger than an average person's, he would have been completely stiffened. You're wise to understand now. If you keep lying, I can use relevant spells to test the truth of your words. I don't think you're stupid enough to risk your soul for some secret. Han Li's voice was icy cold. This sentence made Hun, who had just experienced unbearable pain, shiver, his face extremely unsightly. I am. Please don't try to claim yourself as a wandering cultivator. Frankly, I don't believe it at all. Han Li interrupted the other party's words expressionlessly. Hearing this, Kun smiled bitterly. It seemed that he was indeed not giving up, trying to say such things. So, after a slight hesitation, Kun weakly said, just as you suspected, my identity is indeed somewhat special, and I am not a cultivator from Uiguo. Not from our Uiguo. Just hearing the first sentence from the other party, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he was surprised inside. I am actually a cultivator from the Imperial Spirit sect of Tiandu Kingdom, here to travel in Uiguo, Kun said slowly. Imperial Spirit sect of the demonic path. Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes, emitting a sharpness like a sword. Yes, I came here several years ago, but unexpectedly, I was mysteriously damaged by a cultivator with profound mana from your country, which led to my current situation, Kun said with a helpless expression when mentioning the damage to his body. Hanley thought for a moment, and then asked calmly, "Are you the one whose body was damaged 5 or 6 years ago?" Han Li's voice was extremely calm, and Kun did not understand the meaning behind Han Li's words, and answered honestly, "Yes. During the several years you occupied this body, didn't you ever think about going back?" Hanley asked without changing his expression. "Of course I did, but you, sir, know too little about our demonic path," Kun said with a helpless expression. "What's the matter? Although I know a little about the demonic path, it's just bits and pieces of rumors," Hanley admitted without reservation. "In our demonic path, we believe in the law of the jungle, might makes right. Only with sufficient strength can one enjoy corresponding power. Back then, my status in the Imperial Spirit sect was not low, with a beautiful companion cultivator and some obedient disciples. But now that my cultivation has greatly declined, do you think I can still have all these after I return? Most likely, I will be targeted by my senior brothers who have long coveted my position," Kun explained with a sneer. Hanley frowned slightly after listening, but didn't say anything. Hun continued, "I ended up in this situation because my cultivation drastically decreased after seizing this body. Therefore, I am confident that as long as I hide and cultivate for 3 or 4 decades, my cultivation will recover completely, and then I can return openly. Otherwise, do you think I would be willing to hide in this remote place?" Kun's words were filled with resentment. "So, you've been hiding near Jiayuan City all this time and haven't seen any other cultivators?" Han Li's expression remained indifferent, showing no signs of being moved. "No, sir. You are the first Uiguo cultivator I've encountered since seizing this body," he said with a somewhat unpleasant face. "Why didn't you say so at the beginning and instead pretended to be a cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain?" Han Li continued to question without relaxing. "I thought that you might be a cultivator from the 7 sects and would pose a threat to me," he said, somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Han Li suddenly smiled. "Is that your true statement?" Han Li said very amiably, but this expression made Kun feel a chill down his spine. "Yes, doesn't sir have any objections?" he asked cautiously, looking a bit uneasy. "I once heard someone say that the easiest lie to deceive people is one that is 7 parts true and 3 parts false. I wonder how much of what you just said is true." Han Li stared into the other's eyes and said each word. He, sir, is too suspicious. Everything I said just now was true," Kun replied, knowing it was inappropriate, but thinking of the consequences of telling the truth, he could only grit his teeth and persist. Since that's the case, let me tell you some news first. Your demonic path 6 sects have invaded our Uiguo. This means we are now hostile forces, so I won't bother asking for any more secrets. I'll just extract your soul and save time, Han Li said sternly, his face grim. As soon as these words were spoken, Hun, who had just experienced a bitter lesson, turned pale. Invade Uiguo. How is that possible when the time hasn't even arrived? The words spoken in panic turned his face pale, revealing a regretful expression. But Han Li was surprised. Do you know about this? It seems I underestimated you. However, even if you had a high status in the Imperial Spirit sect before, you are now just a chi refining cultivator. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a murderous intent. Then Han Li flipped his palm, and the soul-gathering bowl appeared again, and a cold chill descended once again. To Han Li's surprise, Kun did not show fear, but instead stared at the bowl with a strange expression on his face. Seeing this scene, Han Li became somewhat uneasy. He didn't know anything about the soul-refining technique and was just trying to intimidate the other party. If the other party really refused to speak, Han Li would have no choice but to destroy both Hun's body and the other party together. However, in the new blood sacrifice technique he had obtained, there was indeed a method of extracting souls, but unfortunately, he hadn't had time to study it. While Han Li was thinking this, Kun sighed deeply and suddenly said, I do have some secrets on me, and they are related to the life and death of your 7 sects. But how can you guarantee that after I speak, you will let me go? I'm afraid I'll still end up being soul-refined. When he said the words soul-refined, his face twitched involuntarily. Han Li, upon hearing the other's solemn tone, rubbed his nose and waved his hand to put away the bowl again. What guarantee do you want? As long as it's reasonable, I can consider agreeing, Han Li said calmly, seemingly not taking the other's big talk seriously. Humph, I won't believe in ordinary oaths. But as far as I know, the most taboo thing in the soul refining technique is to swear by a soul artifact. If you violate the oath, you will most likely be backlashed by the soul refining technique and die a miserable death. I want you to swear by a soul artifact. After I speak the truth, if you still decide to attack me, the soul artifact will shatter, and you will suffer the consequences of the soul refining technique, Kun said without hesitation. All right, I agree. Han Li agreed without any hesitation, but inwardly he was secretly sneering. Then Han Li took out the soul-gathering bowl again, and, as instructed by the other party, made a poisonous oath. Seeing Han Li make the oath so cleanly, Kun became somewhat suspicious, feeling that something was not quite right. I have made the oath. Do you still want to propose other conditions? Han Li showed dissatisfaction deliberately, not letting the other party think too much about the intricacies, deliberately showing some discontent. Of course not. I know better than to be greedy. However, before I reveal the secrets, sir, You still need to inform me about the current situation between our demonic path and your 7 sects. Because I don't know if this information is outdated, Hun explained with a forced smile, distracted by his thoughts. Han Li's expression showed a trace of hesitation, but he still slowly introduced the current situation between the 7 sects and the demonic path. After listening carefully, Hun showed a hint of contempt on his face when he heard that a major battle was about to take place between the 2 sides in a little over a month. This was clearly seen by Han Li, who had been paying attention to the other's expression. After finishing the introduction, Hun pondered for a moment before starting to speak. But the first sentence he said made Han Li genuinely stunned. If Sir is willing to listen to me, there is no need to rush to the 7 sects camp now. Because by this time, the 7 sects and the allied cultivators from the other 2 countries have most likely suffered a major defeat. Going there would just be walking into death, he said with a strange expression. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he stared coldly at the other, listening to his explanation. This cultivator from the Imperial Spirit sect of Tiandu Kingdom couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for Han Li's calmness, but at the same time, he became more wary of Han Li. He continued to speak. You probably don't know, but Spirit Beast Mountain has always had a secret connection with our Imperial Spirit sect since its establishment. The false rebellion last time, if I'm not mistaken, was deliberately orchestrated by our 6 sects to wait for cultivators from the other 2 countries to arrive, in order to wipe out all 3 countries' cultivators in one fell swoop. After this battle, our demonic path 6 sects will probably dominate several countries. This revelation chilled Han Li's heart. Fog, isn't that a bit too much? Spirit Beast Mountain voluntarily disclosed its connection with your Imperial Spirit sect. Wouldn't it be better if it didn't? Han Li was surprised and displeased. Do you really think that the other 6 sects don't know about Spirit Beast Mountain's origins? You should know that among the 7 sects, apart from Spirit Beast Mountain being a branch of our Imperial Spirit sect, the strongest sect, Concealed Moon sect, and our Imperial Spirit sect's Huahe sect also have deep ties. It's just that Concealed Moon sect truly severed its ties with Hua sect hundreds of years ago and planned to become independent. The cultivator from the Imperial Spirit sect explained, revealing another shocking piece of information to Han Li. Even so, to protect Spirit Beast Mountain, sacrificing other cultivators, not to mention, even 2 Foundation establishment cultivators died in that self-directed attack. This is unacceptable no matter how you spin it, Han Li said with a slightly furrowed brow, unwilling to easily believe. Without the deaths of Foundation establishment cultivators, how could the other 6 sects easily believe it? Moreover, do you really think those who died were Foundation establishment cultivators? Kun sneered coldly. From what you're saying, Han Li looked at Kun with some surprise. From what I know, there are 2 or 3 secret methods in our demonic path, 6 sects that can forcibly elevate a Foundation establishment, cultivators' cultivation to a level close to Foundation establishment. Of course, each of these methods has significant flaws. Essentially, a cultivator who has used it once is doomed to die with their meridians severed, and the cultivation existence time is also pitifully short. However, this short amount of time should be enough to deceive the eyes and ears of the other 6 sects, especially during a surprise attack. There's no need to act for a long time, Kun explained. Listening to this, Han Li fell silent. By now, he was 3/4 convinced. It was imaginable that when the 7 sects and the cultivators from the other 2 countries were setting up their formations to confront the demonic path 6 sects, the demonic path had already seen through all the arrangements of the allied forces and would easily break through the 7 sects formation with a backstab at Spirit Beast Mountain. Without the protection of the formation, the 7 sects alliance would be no match for the demonic path 6 sects. Even if what you're saying is true, the time for the decisive battle hasn't arrived yet. If I go to report, I should be able to turn the tables. Why should I run away? After pondering for a moment, Han Li asked somewhat unwillingly, "Do you really think our demonic path will initiate the decisive battle according to the agreed time? You should know that according to the original arrangement, there was always this plan to confuse the opponent and create a time difference for the decisive battle. Although I don't know the exact time, I estimate that within a few days, our demonic path will suddenly attack your camp. After all, at this time, you are in the most relaxed stage before the big battle, and manpower is still far from being ready. Do you think you'll have enough time to spread the news to the battlefield and make the upper echelons believe your words?" With a smirk, Kun showed a clear sense of schadenfreude. Hearing this, Han Li's expression finally changed, showing a hint of worry. If the 7 sects were really defeated, his days would be truly difficult. Either he would stay in Uiguo and be chased by the demonic path, or retreat to other countries and wander around. Otherwise, he would have to repair the teleportation array and start a new cultivation journey in another unfamiliar place. You seem to know the demonic path's plan inside out, indicating that your true identity is indeed not low. Don't worry, I'm not interested in asking for your specific identity. I just want to ask one more thing. After saying so much, do you have any evidence? Do you think I'll fully believe your words just based on your word alone? After some thought, Han Li asked solemnly. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the cultivator from the Imperial Spirit sect was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. When I was in dire straits, I didn't even have my original body anymore. Do you think I could have any evidence left? Actually, if you were a little more patient, you would probably hear some news of the big battle if you wait a few more days, he said matter-of-factly. After hearing this, Han Li sneered. No body, how did your soul escape then? Since you weren't killed on the spot back then, I don't believe you didn't salvage important things like magic tools, Han Li said indifferently. But his words hit the mark, leaving Kun with a frozen, bitter smile. Hee, looks like I can't hide anything from you. Indeed, I have a jade token that contains correspondence between our sect and Spirit Beast Mountain. In fact, several years ago when I came to Uiguo, I was responsible for delivering this message, but I didn't expect. Being exposed by Han Li, he awkwardly confessed. Hearing the other finally admitting it, Han Li sighed inwardly. He didn't know the true age of this person, but he was indeed extremely cunning. It seemed he needed to be even more cautious. Where is the item? Next, Hanley asked without courtesy, while his gaze began to scan the other's body. The storage pouch containing the jade token isn't on me. I left it in a nearby cave. Can I take you there? Now Kun was very cooperative. Not on you. Hanley's eyes flickered with disbelief. You also know that my current body is actually a zombie body. Although it is far stronger than an ordinary person, it has also lost most of its senses. I'm afraid of losing the storage pouch accidentally, so I usually leave it in my residence, he reluctantly explained with a somewhat awkward reason. But Han Li didn't say anything, instead carefully searching all over his body. When he found nothing, he asked coldly, "Where's the cave? I'll go get the item." Seeing Han Li so cautious and careful, Kun could only wear a depressed expression and told Han Li the location. Han Li nodded and seemed ready to leave, but suddenly he remembered something and turned back to ask, "How did you enter this body? Although this body originally didn't have a soul, it's still not a cultivator's corpse." Han Li was genuinely curious now. "I don't know." The other's answer made Han Li's face darken, but before he could say anything else, the other hastily explained. "I really don't know what happened. When I arrived in Jiayuan City dragging my heavily injured body, I was completely finished, so I had no choice but to send out my soul in a hurry and then search for cultivators to possess. But after searching all over the nearby places, I didn't encounter a single cultivator. At the point of despair, I found this soulless zombie body. I took a gamble and entered this body, but unexpectedly I was unharmed. This also surprised me greatly." As he said this, the cultivator from the Imperial Spirit sect also had an incredulous look on his face. Han Li fell silent after listening, then glanced at the other, suddenly walked back to his side, and attached 2 more soul-calming talismans to Kun. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Standing in place, Kun wore a bitter expression on his face, but shortly after Han Li left, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Following the directions given by the other party, Han Li accurately found the cave. It seemed rather small at the entrance. Raising his hand, a moonlight stone flew out from his storage pouch and floated above his head, illuminating the surroundings. Then he looked at the dark entrance of the cave, hesitated for a moment, and released his white phosphorus shield and turtle shell artifact to guard in front of him before carefully stepping into the cave. As expected, the cave was not very spacious, only about 7 or 8 zhang in length. He vaguely saw a mountain wall blocking the way ahead, indicating that he had reached the bottom of the cave. Han Li's sharp gaze scanned around but found nothing unusual, so he lowered his head to look at the ground. According to the other's words, the storage pouch should be buried under a large bluestone nearby, so it should be easy to find. Sure enough, about 2 zhang away on one side, There was a blackish object several feet high, resembling a stone. Without much thought, Han Li walked over, and by the soft, white light of the moonlight stone, he carefully examined it. Han Li gasped in a cold breath. This wasn't just any stone. It was clearly a pile of white bones stacked high, with some remnants of flesh still faintly visible on top, emitting a faint, bloody smell. Shocked, Han Li focused his attention and realized that the bones were from fierce beasts like tigers and leopards, with some bite marks still visible, as if they had been chewed by something. Seeing this, Han Li's mind raced, realizing it was not good, and hurriedly tried to retreat. But it was already too late. A dark figure flashed, and something pounced at Han Li from somewhere, crashing heavily into his white phosphorus shield. Instantly, a tremendous force surged, and Han Li was sent flying backward with the shield, crashing into the back wall of the cave, almost knocking him unconscious. What kind of monster is this? In the midst of intense pain, Han Li thought with shock and anger. But before Han Li could fall from the cave wall, the black figure leaped up and charged at Han Li again. Terrified, Han Li didn't hesitate to place both defensive artifacts in front of him. With a clear clang, Han Li was surprised. This time, there was no overwhelming force, but the white phosphorus shield in front, with a clang, split neatly in half from the middle and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Han Li was almost horrified, biting his tongue in shock. This was a top-tier magic weapon refined from the white phosphorus by the ink dragon. After so long of fighting with Han Li, except for the small hole made by the blood spirit drill a few days ago, it had hardly been damaged at all. And now, it was destroyed by a monster's hand, which was hard for Han Li to believe. At this moment, with the moonlight stone on his head, Han Li faintly saw the shape of the monster, which was very strange. It wasn't very big, only about 10 meters tall, with a small neck and a tiny head on top. But the two fist-sized green lights emitted a chilling aura, staring at him emotionlessly. What Han Li was most concerned about was the two things in front of its body, which were similar to its forelimbs, like two blackish machete-like blades. This surprised Han Li greatly. This monster could actually use weapons, but what kind of machete was so sharp that it could split the white phosphorus shield in one blow? These thoughts only flashed through Han Li's mind, but his body had already swayed, darting out of the cave like an arrow. In this small cave, entangling with such a terrifying monster, even if he had more lives, it wouldn't be enough. It was better to escape. But as Han Li moved, the monster also silently shot out, its speed seemingly as fast as his. The cave was only a short distance, and Han Li and the monster shot out of the cave one after the other, stirring up 2 gusts of wind. As soon as they exited the cave, Han Li didn't hesitate to raise his hand, a white light spraying out of his palm, and then the pristine divine wind boat appeared in the air ahead. He intended to command the divine wind boat to fly away. Since the magic weapon couldn't defend against the monster's attack, it was better to create distance and use the magic weapon to crush it. But as Han Li hesitated for a moment to release the magic weapon, the black shadow flashed, and the monster unexpectedly arrived between Han Li and the divine wind boat. Its two blade-like forelimbs clashed a few times with a clang, staring at Han Li with icy eyes. Seeing this scene, Han Li's heart sank. Not only was this monster so powerful, but it also had some intelligence. This was big trouble. However, after exiting the dark cave and seeing the monster clearly under the moonlight, Han Li recognized it as a giant mantis with a dark gray body emitting a strange gray aura. Han Li took a deep breath, suppressing his anxiety, and his body blurred for a moment, transforming into 5 or 6 identical phantoms, charging straight towards the giant mantis. Han Li didn't believe that even with his full speed using the cloud-parting steps, he couldn't break through the obstruction of a single monster. The green light in the mantis's eyes flickered, and it also transformed into several blurry shadows, each facing one of Han Li's illusions. Han Li's face changed. With a few light sounds, Han Li's illusions were shattered one by the giant mantis's 2 forearms. The last true body was forced to use the remaining turtle shell artifact to block, sending him flying back to his original position. A deep cut appeared on the turtle shell. Han Li looked pale as he glanced at the deep gash on the turtle shell, swallowing hard. Obviously, this magic weapon couldn't withstand many more attacks. But before Han Li could come up with a strategy, the mantis made a crisp sound, and a pair of gray wings several feet long emerged, followed by a buzzing sound. The monster, flapping its wings rapidly, gently floated up into the air. Seeing this scene, Han Li cried out in frustration. How could he forget that mantises were insects and could fly? With this ability, the monster's speed would be even more astonishing. For the first time, Han Li felt a lack of confidence in his own agility. Although that was the case, Han Li hurriedly activated various auxiliary spells, such as lightness technique, and slapped his waist pouch. Several dozen rays of golden, black, and red light flew out together. He wanted to take the initiative and gain the upper hand. But the mantis didn't wait for Han Li to launch his attack. As soon as its body floated up, it suddenly disappeared from its original position, reappearing above Han Li's head in the next moment, aiming a fierce blow at his skull, as if it intended to cleave Han Li in half with a single blow. At this moment, Han Li remained calm. He also swayed his shoulders, and after a burst of afterimages appeared, he disappeared from the spot as well. However, more than a dozen golden silkworm mother blades and dragon snatcher magic weapons orbiting around him shot towards the mantis, seemingly wanting to tear it apart. With a series of light clinks, the mantis waved its 2 mantis blades at an incredible speed, forming a huge protective net. As soon as the magic weapons touched it, 3 golden blades and a fire fork were cut into several pieces, falling from the sky as dots of light. Seeing this scene, Han Li felt as if his heart was bleeding. Although this set of golden silkworm mother blades was not considered a top-tier magic weapon, it was rare to have several pieces in a set. It was extremely handy to use on ordinary days, and he had developed a certain attachment to these magic weapons over the years. He hadn't expected that today most of them would be destroyed. Luckily, the most important pair of dragon snatchers was still intact, saving him from complete disaster. However, with the mantis still staring at him, Han Li couldn't feel any relief. Without a good way to deal with this beast, he feared for his life. If he couldn't find a solution, even his remaining magic weapons might not be enough to save him. Thinking of this, Han Li released his spiritual power madly, and the divine wind boat shook slightly in the faint light, turning into a white light and soaring into the sky. Han Li didn't believe that a monster could keep up with the speed of the divine wind boat. However, after flying in the air for a moment, Han Li had to change his mind, admitting that he was ignorant. At this moment, he was running forward while occasionally turning around to release a few fireballs to hinder the mantis chasing after him from behind. This is too bizarre. Not only is this monster attacking swiftly, but its flying speed is also incredible. Even compared to the divine wind boat, it's slightly faster. Han Li thought bitterly. He was now certain that this monster was definitely much more formidable than the white spider he encountered in the underground caverns. This giant mantis was either a top-tier 4th-level monster or even a legendary 5th-level monster. It was almost capable of matching a chi condensation initial stage cultivator. Han Li broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of this possibility, and he had to redouble his efforts to release fireballs to slow down the monster's relentless pursuit. Although each fireball was easily split in two by the mantis, it still managed to delay its advance, giving the divine wind boat some time. But Han Li knew that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before the mantis caught up with him. He couldn't afford to keep up this stalemate. Therefore, while controlling the divine wind boat and releasing fireballs, he also hurriedly entered his storage pouch to see if there were any magic weapons he could use at this moment. Suddenly, something extremely soft was found by Han Li's spiritual sense. This made him suddenly enlightened, and an idea emerged in his mind. So, Han Li lowered his head to survey the environment below, and then stepped on the divine wind boat diagonally downward towards the dense jungle. At the same time, he haphazardly pulled out 7 or 8 ordinary magic weapons from his storage pouch, regardless of their quality, and threw them all out. Then, 4 or 5 puppet soldiers were also tossed out in the white light. Several dazzling rays of light followed the magic weapons, shooting towards the mantis behind him. This frenzy of attacks indeed forced the mantis to wave its arms to deal with them for a moment. Although it quickly smashed the magic weapons and puppets into pieces, when it wanted to search for Han Li again, the ground below was silent, and Han Li had disappeared into the dense forest. The green light in the mantis's eyes flickered, and it slowly descended to low altitude, then hovered above the nearby dense forest, seemingly still trying to find Han Li. Behind a large tree in the dense forest below, Han Li solemnly watched the giant mantis circling in the sky. his eyes showing signs of nervousness. At this moment, he was wearing a cloak-like light gauze, which isolated all kinds of auras from his body. This concealing spirit gauze was a spoils of war Han Li obtained from Zhuan Li during the battle with the White Spider. Initially, Zhuan Li intended to use it to plot against Han Li, but ended up losing his life because of it. This gauze not only isolated the fluctuation of spiritual energy, but also concealed the scent of a person's body completely. Now, Han Li had no choice but to use this magic weapon, hoping that the intelligence of this monster wasn't too high. After searching for a while and not finding anything, it would leave on its own. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. However, just in case, Han Li still held onto the hardened blood spirit drill in one hand. Although this thing was astonishingly fast and had great destructive power, after seeing the astonishing speed of the mantis, Han Li didn't have confidence in using this item to kill the monster. Therefore, he only took it out just in case. Under Han Li's breathless gaze, the giant mantis flew back and forth within a few miles, then suddenly shot straight toward Han Li's hiding place at high speed. Han Li's face turned ashen. With a cold expression, he tightly gripped the blood spirit drill in his hand and began to infuse it with spiritual power, causing it to slightly heat up. Watching the approaching monster without expression, Han Li had decided to wait until it was closer to release his magical weapon. Only by doing so could he have a better chance of injuring or killing it. Of course, this approach would greatly increase the danger, but Han Li couldn't care less now. 50 zhang, 40 zhang, 30 zhang. Han Li's heart pounded fiercely, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath before he was about to unleash the blood spirit drill. But to Han Li's astonishment, something unexpected happened. When the mantis was 20 zhang above Han Li's head, it suddenly changed direction and flew diagonally toward another spot not far from Han Li. After one or two miserable roars, the giant mantis actually grabbed a huge wild boar with its forelimbs and flew back the way it came from without hesitation. As the figure of the monster gradually disappeared from sight, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground, disregarding the demeanor of a cultivator. The situation just now was truly critical. If he hadn't planned to attack only when the opponent was close, he would have ended up like that wild boar, becoming the monster's meal. Han Li felt extremely lucky to have escaped unscathed this time, feeling his luck was beyond compare. With his mind somewhat settled, Han Li thought of the culprit behind all this, the cultivator who had taken over Han's body, and couldn't help but feel angry. It was obvious that the letter in the cave was a trap set by the other party. No matter how careful he was still no match for the opponent's cunning, and he had been completely deceived, almost losing his life. Good, very good. Now that I'm not dead, I'll have a good look at you. Han Li, feeling angry for the first time, muttered to himself as he sat and rested. In his mind, the Khan had affixed 3 mind lock talismans to him in a row, which he couldn't possibly break free from with his cultivation level. As long as he returned, he would easily take the other's life. Feeling that his physical strength and mana had recovered, Han Li immediately flew on his flying weapon back in the direction he came from. However, this time, he didn't dare to fly openly in the sky, but flew cautiously at a low altitude of a dozen zhang above the ground, fearing to attract the attention of the monster again. On his way back, as the cold night wind blew against him, extinguishing much of his anger, Han Li's mind cleared up a lot, and he began to re-examine the process of his contact with Can. After thinking about the words and actions of the cultivator of the mystic spirit sect, as well as the terrifying nature of the mantis monster, Han Li began to suspect his original identity as a Foundation establishment cultivator. In such a place as Jia Yuan City, just over 100 li away, it was impossible for such a powerful insect monster to appear naturally. Thinking of the identity of the cultivator of the mystic spirit sect, the mantis spirit beast was almost certainly a spirit beast he had tamed. Han Li found it difficult to imagine that such a powerful spirit beast could be tamed by a Foundation establishment cultivator. In his opinion, this mantis spirit beast could definitely deal with 3 or 4 cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage on its own, which was incredibly powerful. Could it be that this Can was not originally just a Foundation establishment cultivator, but a core formation cultivator? He couldn't help but speculate. Han Li was startled by his own speculation. Seeing that he was approaching the original small hill, but unable to help stopping his advance, Han Li floated in the air at a low altitude, lost in thought. How could a core formation cultivator end up with such a miserable end, with his body destroyed and his nascent soul escaping? After all, even if he encountered another core formation cultivator, he should have been able to escape, right? Unless he encountered one of the old monsters in Yuiguo. But the core formation cultivators of the 7 sects had long ceased to intervene in worldly matters, and it seemed that there were still 2 or 3 of them not in Yuiguo. Even in the several clashes between the Devil Path and the 7 sects, Han Li had not heard of core formation cultivators from either side taking action. This made it difficult for him to imagine what it would be like when these cultivators of the core formation stage intervened in the battles of low-level cultivators. However, Han Li was somewhat dissatisfied with the behavior of these core formation cultivators who watched indifferently as low-level cultivators fought and secretly criticized them several times. He wondered what these cultivators of such high levels were doing. Could it really be so coincidental that this person might be a core formation cultivator who happened to encounter one of the old monsters? Han Li speculated. If the person who took over Can's body was really a core formation cultivator, then how could he know so much about the secrets of the invasion by the Devil Path and still possess such a powerful spirit beast like the mantis monster? It all made perfect sense. After thinking it over, Han Li had to admit that there was a 60 to 70% chance that Can was a core formation cultivator, which made him break out in a cold sweat and reveal a strange expression. He was both afraid and excited. However, the other party is definitely not deliberately pretending to be weak. Han Li pondered for a while and finally made a confident judgment. Leaving aside everything else, it was certain that the other party had only taken over Can's body a few years ago, so his profound cultivation level would naturally have been lost, as he had said before. Moreover, Han Li could also see that the other party could no longer control the mantis spirit beast. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have the powerful bodyguard like this mantis spirit beast follow him closely? Knowing that he was now at his weakest and lacked strong protection, Han Li was forced to trick himself into the cave, hoping that the out-of-control giant mantis would come and kill him. Han Li's mind was extremely sharp. Just a little thought, and he understood the truth behind it all, feeling much more courageous. This wasn't because Han Li wanted to take advantage of the situation, but because he knew he had a deep enmity with this mystic spirit sect cultivator. If the other party escaped from his hands, he would surely come back in the future when he had restored his core formation cultivation base, and would definitely tear him to pieces. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let this person leave here alive. With a clear understanding of the dangerous situation, Han Li no longer hesitated and urged the magical weapon under his feet, flying straight toward the small hill. In the blink of an eye, Han Li arrived at the mountain top, and he immediately saw the Can who was staying still in place, with several talismans still intact on his body. Han Li was overjoyed to see this, and landed about 10 zhang away from the other party, while also grasping a magical weapon in each hand. As soon as Han Li descended from the sky, Han showed a shocked expression on his face, as if he had never expected Han Li to survive. So he forced a smile and seemed about to say something. But Han Li, taking a few steps forward, paid no attention to Han's words. Instead, without hesitation, he raised his hand and sent 2 black rays of light, emitting strange cries, directly at the other party. Since he had decided to be ruthless, Han Li didn't like to play with a dying person's mouth. Seeing the black rays of light shooting fiercely toward him, Han's face changed drastically. When Han Li thought the other party was about to be torn to pieces, Han suddenly swayed and leaped several zhang away to the side. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten the oath you made?" the cultivator of the mystic spirit sect said in a panic. Obviously, he didn't expect to be attacked so fiercely as soon as he saw Han Li. Han Li seemed to have not heard Han's words at all, just staring at the 3 mind-lock talismans on the other party's body, almost unable to believe his eyes. How could he move without removing the talismans? Han Li was full of doubts. However, now was not the time to ask questions or get entangled, so Han Li snorted coldly and, without saying a word, pointed at the black rays of light. The magical weapons instantly enlarged several times, turning into 2 thick black lights, which flashed and rushed towards the other party. He had made up his mind that even if it meant sacrificing Can's body, he would completely destroy the nascent soul of this core formation cultivator. Can seemed to realize Han Li's unrelenting determination, and seeing the black lights of the dragon and snatching bird charging at him fiercely, his face changed dramatically. As Hanley thought the other party was about to be torn to pieces, Can suddenly swayed and leaped several zhang away to the side. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten the oath you made?" the cultivator of the mystic spirit sect said in a panic. Obviously, he didn't expect to be attacked so fiercely as soon as he saw Han Li. Han Li seemed to have not heard Can's words at all, just staring at the three mind-lock talismans on the other party's body, almost unable to believe his eyes. How could he move without removing the talismans? Han Li was full of doubts. However, now was not the time to ask questions or get entangled, so Han Li snorted coldly and, without saying a word, pointed at the black rays of light. The magical weapons instantly enlarged several times, turning into two thick black lights, which flashed and rushed towards the other party. He had made up his mind that even if it meant sacrificing Can's body, he would completely destroy the nascent soul of this core formation cultivator. What's this? Seeing that the other party actually blocked his full-force attack, Han Li was greatly surprised and couldn't help but focus his gaze on the green light, only to see a small sword about an inch long, green and translucent, with flowing light shimmering on its surface. "Magic treasure," Han Li blurted out with a slight change in expression. With the cultivation of only the 5th or 6th layer of qi refining, the fact that the opponent could use this item to block his black dragon robbery was nothing short of a magic treasure, which both surprised and delighted Han Li. Surprised that the other party had a magic treasure to protect himself, which would make things a bit more troublesome, but delighted that if he could defeat the opponent, he would obtain this treasure for himself. Now he was finally sure that the other party was indeed a foundation, establishment, cultivator before. Thinking of this, while directing the black dragon robbery to continue its fierce attacks, Han Li flipped his hand, and the soul-guiding bell appeared in his hand. The reason he didn't use this item at the beginning was simply because he thought the other party had been immobilized by the mind-lock talisman, and there was no need for it. But now, it seemed necessary to use this primary magic weapon to immobilize the opponent again. Seeing Han Li take out the soul-guiding bell, Can flashed a panic in his eyes, but immediately a fierce expression appeared on his face. He suddenly struck his abdomen hard, and then spat out a green pill from his mouth. As soon as this item appeared, it emitted a soft green light, enveloping his entire body. At this moment, the soul-guiding bell in Han Li's hand had repeatedly clanged, and Han Li intended to make the other party completely unable to counterattack. After a series of bell rings, Can stood unharmed, showing no sign of being affected at all. Seeing this scene, Han Li's expression became solemn. It was obvious that the green light emitted by the pill protected the other party, rendering his soul-guiding bell ineffective. Thinking of this, after hitting the bell twice more without any effect, Han Li angrily put the bell away. But then he waved his hands, releasing more than 10 puppets surrounded by white light. These were the last remaining second-grade puppets that Han Li had. If they were destroyed again, he would only have his self-made puppets, which were not very effective. Therefore, Han Li didn't intend to continue dragging things out with the other party. As soon as the puppets appeared under his control, beams and arrows of light rushed towards the opponent with great momentum. Seeing this astonishing attack, Can showed a mix of shock and anger. He hurriedly threw several spells towards the green pill, causing it to rotate rapidly, emitting a bright green light. Immediately, various colors of light interwove instantaneously, erupting into a dazzling light sphere. Then Can was shaken back several meters by this wave of attacks, but actually managed to withstand the onslaught, shocking Han Li to the core. A chi-refining cultivator of the 5th or 6th layer actually managed to withstand the full-force attack of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, which was unbelievable. But then again, considering the other party was originally a foundation establishment cultivator with 1 or 2 killer moves, it didn't seem so strange. Han Li thought to himself, somewhat conflicted. At this moment, Kahan, seeing that he had managed to block Han Li's attacks with his 2 hidden cards, breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly turned his mind and began to concoct some suitable words to persuade Han Li to stop his crazy attacks. After all, with his meager spiritual power, he couldn't afford to keep fighting. But before he could come up with the right words, Han Li hesitated for a moment, then reached into his storage bag, suddenly raised his hand, and a dazzling red light flashed from his hand. Han was startled. Before he could figure out what was going on, the floating green pill exploded. Then, from the depths of his soul, came a tearing pain, causing him to involuntarily scream and fall to the ground, limbs twitching uncontrollably. The green light that had covered Can disappeared after the pill exploded, and the beams and arrows of light, unobstructed, immediately overwhelmed Can, drowning him in their midst. As for the green sword without a master's control, its power immediately weakened and was forcibly suppressed by Han Li's Black Dragon robbery, looking like it could collapse at any moment. Seeing all this, Han Li was overjoyed. He didn't expect his risky move to be so effective. The reason he didn't use the blood spirit drill to directly attack Han's heart or head was that he completely ignored the fact that Can's body had some characteristics of a zombie. Would these places still be considered vital points? Perhaps it would only result in severe injuries, without being able to kill the opponent. Therefore, it was better to use the blood spirit drill to attack the opponent's most potent weapon, the green pill. But he never expected that, after the green pill was shattered, the opponent would also encounter major problems, ending up in such a state. It seemed that the green pill was closely related to the opponent's nascent soul. No wonder when he first sprayed this item to defend himself, The other party had such an expression. Could it be the golden core condensed by the opponent during the foundation establishment stage? Han Li speculated somewhat maliciously. At this time, when the attacks of the puppets stopped after Han Li waved his hand, he looked at the opponent carefully. After the light disappeared, Han Li clearly saw a blackened corpse lying on the ground, which did not turn into ashes in the attack, which surprised him. Could it be because Han's zombie body was different from that of an ordinary person? Han Li looked at the corpse, pondered for a moment, and did not immediately approach. Instead, with a wave of his hand, 5 or 6 fist-sized fireballs appeared in the air. Then Han Li lightly spoke the word "go," and instantly these fireballs shot towards the charred body. After a few bursts, under Han Li's cold gaze, the charred body burst into flames. At the moment the fire started, a green light the size of an egg suddenly burst out from the raging flames and flew out like lightning, trying to escape. Seeing this scene, Han Li's face turned cold. He flashed behind the light in an instant, then lightning-like grabbed forward with one hand, while emitting a dazzling white light from his hand, instantly shattering the green light with his spiritual power. Then Han Li's body swayed back to Han's side, and with a light wave of his sleeve, the flames on Han's body disappeared without a trace. A foundation establishment cultivator is nothing but this. A simple illusion can fool him. Han Li looked down at the charred can with a faint sneer. Then, Han Li carefully examined Han's injuries. To his surprise, apart from being thoroughly charred on the surface, his internal organs and bones were intact. This delighted Han Li. Although he knew that Can was just an empty shell, unconsciously, he still regarded him as a loyal subordinate. If he could recover fully, Han Li would be more than happy. Moreover, he had a plan in mind that required Can to join. So Han Li took out the soul guiding bell and lightly tapped it. Immediately, Can, who was lying on the ground, stood up straight, and his open eyes returned to their lifeless state. Han Li nodded. Although he was slightly injured, with his zombie body's super recovery ability, he should recover quickly. Then Han Li's gaze shifted to the green translucent sword floating in the air. Without its master, it remained motionless. Han Li first used the black dragon robbery to slowly suppress it, then carefully tried to invade it with his divine sense, but was rudely blocked outside. It seems that it's true as the legends say, without the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, it's impossible to use any masterless magic treasure. Han Li thought somewhat regretfully. Now this magic treasure could only be coveted from afar. But Han Li was still very interested in this magic treasure. After a careful attempt, he finally felt confident enough to take it into his hands and carefully admire it. The main body of this short sword was only 1.5 inches long, and without the infusion of the master's spiritual power, its brilliance had diminished a lot. However, it emitted a faint chill all over, making it exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, There were two ancient characters engraved on the sword's body. Han Li read them aloud softly. Green radiance. Han Li played with it for a while, reluctant to part with it, before carefully storing the green radiance sword in his storage bag. This was the first magic treasure he had obtained. Then Han Li looked around again to see if there were any omissions. The faint green light on the ground caught his attention. He walked over and bent down, gently picking up the shattered fragments of the green pill. Although he didn't know what they were for, Han Li didn't want to let them go. He speculated that these things should be related to the golden core of the Foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li didn't bother to study the scattered particles in detail. After searching the area and confirming that there was nothing left behind, he began to consider dealing with the giant mantis. He didn't want to let this demon beast go, especially considering its formidable forelimbs, which were rare materials for refining in the cultivation world. As for the idea of capturing and subduing the beast alive, Han Li hesitated for a moment before giving up. Because he knew very well that any demon beast that could be controlled by cultivators must have been restricted and tamed from a young age. Trying to claim a powerful spiritual beast that wasn't raised by oneself was simply wishful thinking. The cultivators of the mystic spirit sect, for example, couldn't control the giant mantis precisely because they had lost their bodies and become someone else. Otherwise, once such a demon beast was tamed and matured, they would be loyal for life, far more loyal than humans. As for the matter of informing the Seven Sects Alliance about the situation, Han Li thought for a moment, but couldn't be sure of the truthfulness of what the mystic spirit sect cultivator had said. Therefore, he decided to linger in this place for a few more days to see if he could gather more information before making a move. After all, his speed was fast enough that even if he delayed for a few days, he could still make it to the Seven Sects' main camp on time. So, Han Li spent a day setting up the inverted 5 elements array in the dense forest not far from the cave. This time, Han Li didn't just hastily set up part of the array as he did in the palace battle, but instead completed the entire array, making its power incomparable to before. During this period, he also witnessed the giant mantis go out to hunt once. This time, it brought back a huge black tiger, which amazed Han Li for quite some time. A black tiger was something he had never seen before, indicating that it was not an ordinary beast. Unfortunately, such a rare creature ended up as a meal for the giant mantis. Once fully prepared with his plan, Han Li stealthily entered the cave at noon. However, in just a moment, he hurriedly flew out with his divine wind boat, heading straight for the direction of the array. The black shadow chasing closely behind him was, of course, the alarmed giant mantis. Because the array was set up close by, Han Li had just flown out of the cave when he entered the coverage of the array with his next step. Although the mantis demon had some intelligence, how could it understand formations? It was easily ensnared by Han Li's trap and trapped within the array. For the next 2 days, Han Li allowed the giant mantis to rampage wildly inside the inverted 5 elements array, fully utilizing the array's illusionary effect to confine it to the several acres of space. Only when the demon beast seemed exhausted and wanted to rest in the array did Han Li release numerous puppets outside the array to harass it, preventing it from resting for even a moment. This mantis demon belonged to the type with high attack but average defense. It dared not let the puppet's attacks get too close and could only constantly wield its forelimbs to protect its body. As a result, after just half a day of continuous harassment, the demon beast couldn't hold on any longer and began to be hit by the puppets. Although its injuries were not severe, it was evident that its stamina was almost depleted. At this time, Han Li took turns to swap the driving spirit stones for the puppets 5 or 6 times. Seeing that the time was almost right, Han Li activated his talisman treasure, the small yellow knife with a handle. Under the cover of the puppet attacks, it pierced through the giant mantis's head, killing it within the array. With the great success achieved, Han Li walked excitedly to the demon beast's corpse and then took out the silver giant sword. He then cleanly cut off its extremely sharp forelimbs. After that, with great anticipation, Han Li began to search the mantis's abdomen bit by bit. He hoped that this demon beast was at least a 5th-level demon, so he could harvest an exceptionally precious demon core. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on Han Li's face, but immediately turned strange. When he hesitantly withdrew his hand from the corpse, several oval-shaped objects of the same size appeared on his hand, white with some blood veins. Demon beast eggs, Han Li muttered to himself in amazement. No matter how confused he was, he wouldn't mistake these things for demon cores. But Han Li's surprise didn't end there. He continued to pull out 7 or 8 more eggs from the mantis's abdomen. Together with the previous ones, there were already more than a dozen. Han Li looked at these eggs the size of chicken eggs and couldn't help but smile. This was truly an unexpected joy. However, he suddenly thought of something and pointed a finger at one of the white eggs in suspicion, then closed his eyes to sense it. Not long after, Han Li's face became unsightly. This egg had no trace of life force, obviously a dead egg. Such a situation was common among demon beasts. With a gloomy expression, Han Li checked the rest of the eggs one by one. Sure enough, they were all dead eggs, which made him feel annoyed. In frustration, Han Li initially wanted to burn these eggs, but after hesitating for a moment, he still took out a jade box and carefully stored them away. This giant mantis is no ordinary demon beast. Even if they are dead eggs, they might still have some use. Han Li thought somewhat unwillingly. After extracting the mantis's pair of gray wings, Han Li turned the demon beast's body into ashes before flying back to the cave. Although the prospects were slim, Han Li still wanted to see if there were any other gains. As he entered the cave and inspected it thoroughly, Han Li was stunned. In a corner of the cave, Han Li found a skeleton clad in a gray robe, with a well-preserved storage bag tied to its waist. Han Li held the storage bag in his hands, his heart pounding with excitement. There was no need to ask. He knew that this skeleton must belong to the mystic spirit sect cultivator, who had truly not stashed away the storage bag before his nascent soul departed. This discovery filled Han Li with joy. Of course, Han Li didn't know that the mystic spirit sect cultivator, due to his severe injuries, had disappeared before he could attend to his belongings. He had just managed to take the green radiance sword and condense the little remaining spiritual energy into a green pill before hastily leaving with his nascent soul. Regarding the contents of the opponent's storage bag, Han Li was naturally very curious. He barely suppressed his excitement and delved his consciousness into the bag, carefully inspecting its contents. However, after Han Li's consciousness circled inside, he almost fainted with anger. In such a large storage bag, there were actually only bottles and jars of things, most of which were labeled with the food of certain demons or insects, which Han Li found useless. The remaining few were slightly better, containing various samples of insects, each labeled with the name of the insect. To Han Li's surprise, most of the insects in the bottles were still alive, which amazed him greatly. No one had taken care of them for several years, yet they were still alive. Their vitality was truly remarkable. As for the advanced talismans Han Li hoped for, the urgently needed magical treasures, and talismans, there was not a single one in the storage bag, leaving Han Li speechless for half a day. Fortunately, Han Li finally found a green jade slip at the bottom of the bag, and the contents inside made Han Li extremely excited. Inside were some insights into cultivating strange insects by the mystic spirit sect cultivator. Not only did it introduce thousands of strange insects that Han Li had never heard of, but it also contained some methods for cultivating and controlling insects. What interested Han Li the most was that the cultivator had ranked these insects based on their strength. Of course, the giant mantis was among them, labeled as the golden-backed demon mantis despite being gray. This puzzled Han Li. However, this giant mantis was only ranked 73rd among many strange insects. There were 72 more powerful demons ahead of it, which astonished Han Li, who had seen the golden-backed demon mantis before. He couldn't help but blink his eyes in surprise. To think that there were 72 other insects, even more powerful than the golden-backed demon mantis. Han Li continued to read with relish, only to find himself increasingly dissatisfied. These insects were ranked too low. Only 2 of them ranked within the top 100, and they were at the very bottom of the list. Most of them were ranked around 200 or 300. Han Li didn't know that if the mystic spirit sect cultivator heard his complaints, he would definitely scold him to his face. These strange insects were not easy to collect. Not to mention being in the top 100, even those ranked in the top 300 or 400 were rare and precious species that had taken him hundreds of years of effort to acquire. Han Li, disheartened, thought that if he voiced his complaints to the mystic spirit sect cultivator, he would definitely get an earful. After all, Where could one find such easy-to-collect strange insects? Even those ranked in the top 300 or 400 were rare and precious species that the cultivator had spent hundreds of years of effort to acquire. After inspecting the items in the storage bag, Han Li unceremoniously transferred them all into his own storage bag and destroyed the original one with his sword. Although the new storage bag was clearly much better than Han Li's, he dared not carry it with him casually, fearing that it might be marked in some way that he couldn't discern. Han Li rested for another day before deciding it was time to head towards the Yellow Maple Valley with Kun. Instead of going to the Seven Sects camp, he reasoned that if something had really gone wrong there, the various sects would be the first to know, so it would be better to check the situation in the valley first. If everything was fine, he could still make it to the camp in time. With Kun, Han Li flew for 5 or 6 days until they safely arrived at the Taiyu Mountains. Without alarming anyone, Han Li quietly returned to his cave dwelling. Once inside, he sealed the outer formation again, feeling much relieved. After all, his own territory was still safe. Han Li immediately went to the secret chamber of the Spring of Spirit Eyes. As expected, the 2 spider eggs had hatched successfully, and 2 fist-sized white spiders floated in the spring. Although small in size, they were translucent and obviously not ordinary creatures. When the 2 little spiders saw Han Li, they darted towards him and climbed onto his shoulders, behaving as if they had known him for a long time. Han Li smiled faintly. It seemed that the mind control restriction he had placed with his blood had indeed worked. These 2 little spiders already regarded him as their parent, hence their affectionate behavior. Delighted, Han Li carefully examined one of the white spiders in his palm. Although spiders generally evoked feelings of ugliness and disgust, this one was immaculately white and radiant, exuding a beauty that was hard to resist. What surprised Han Li the most was that the spiritual energy of this small spider seemed to be at the 3rd or 4th level of qi condensation stage, a genuine first-grade lower-level demon beast. It seemed that their potential was quite considerable. The white spider was also listed on the strange creatures list as the blood jade spider, ranking around 100th. Although not as formidable as the golden-backed demonic mantis, it was still a rare species. After playing with the 2 spiders for a while, Han Li placed them in a leather bag and carried them with him. He didn't know when he would return next, so he needed to bring them along to train them slowly. Then, Han Li went to his bedroom and pulled out a small box from under the bed. Inside were more than a dozen storage bags filled with various talismans. Han Li randomly picked 2 and took them with him. His previous talismans were almost depleted, so he needed to replenish them. With these tasks completed, Han Li left Kun in the cave and set off boldly towards the Yellow Maple Valley. Perhaps because most people were heading to the Seven Sects camp, Han Li only encountered a few qi condensation disciples on the way. He stopped one of them and inquired about the situation in the valley. The disciple he stopped was only at the qi condensation stage, so Han Li naturally wouldn't stop there. After thinking for a moment, he went straight to the 100-herb garden. Presumably, with the mid-foundation stage cultivation of the old man, he should know more accurate information. A moment later, Han Li arrived above the 100-herb garden, but was blocked by the hazy array formation below. Since he had returned the token for entering the array to the old man long ago, he couldn't enter the 100-herb garden freely. Without forcibly breaking through the formation, Han Li took out a sound transmission talisman from his body and turned it into a flame, throwing it into the white mist below. After a while, the white mist churned, revealing a passage about a dozen feet wide. Seeing this, Han Li smiled lightly and descended. At the end of the passage, in the center of the 100-herb garden, two people were waiting for Han Li to come down. "Senior brother Ma, it's been a long time," Han Li said with a smile to one of them. That person was the owner of the 100-herb garden, the old man. "Humph, although we haven't seen each other, you sure know how to cause trouble for me." The old man didn't give Han Li a good face, but instead rolled his eyes. "He, aren't disciples as obedient as Miss Xiao, enough to satisfy you, senior brother?" Han Li didn't care at all and smiled at the other person. The person blushed slightly and bowed to Han Li gratefully, saying, "Xiao Qiuer pays respects to senior Uncle Han." This person was a young woman, the granddaughter of the old man. Seeing this scene, Han Li secretly chuckled. Although senior brother Ma complained about him causing trouble, he clearly doted on Xiao Qiuer quite a bit. It was truly amusing to see him trying to save face like this. The old man brought Han Li to the living room and sat down separately before asking in a calm tone, "Junior brother, aren't you supposed to be at the border camp? Why do you have time to come here and ask questions? What important matter do you want to inquire about? Tell me about it." This senior brother, Ma had a nonchalant expression. This is a long story," Han Li sighed and said with a bitter smile. Because he had been acquainted with the old man for so many years, Han Li knew that although this person spoke sharply, he actually had a good heart. So he briefly recounted his encounter with the cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit sect on the border, mentioning the possibility of Ling Beast Mountain being an accomplice of the devil path. The old man's expression froze after hearing Han Li's words. After a while, he looked at Han Li with a strange expression and asked slowly, "Junior brother Han, you destroyed the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator. Ling Beast Mountain might be an accomplice of the devil path." He seemed to not believe it at all, as if he were listening to a fantasy tale. Seeing this, Han Li couldn't help feeling bitter. It was no wonder the other party reacted like this. Anyone who heard such news would probably not believe it for a moment. But Han Li still frowned and said, "I'm not sure if this information is reliable, so I wanted to come back and see if there were any rumors coming from the camp. If not, I can rest assured and go there." "No, all the news from the front is about the demand for large amounts of spiritual stone supplies, and there is no unfavorable news at all. Everything is normal," the old man said seriously. Hearing this, Hanley breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his nose, muttering, in that case, I was thoroughly fooled by that guy. Should I curse 3 times to vent my frustration, or laugh 3 times to celebrate the safety of the camp? As soon as he finished speaking, the tolling of a huge bell echoed continuously from the direction of the council hall. Han Li and the old man couldn't help but look at each other, their faces changing drastically. The bell continued to toll for the time it took to brew a pot of tea before it finally stopped. The old man's face turned extremely ugly, and after taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, it rang 81 times. It seems that your information is mostly true, and the situation is really bad. Let's go, let's see what's going on. It may not necessarily be related to my information. After a moment of silence, Han Li said calmly, Humph, if it's not related to your defeat, how could the dragon bell, which represents the disaster of annihilation, ring 81 times? The old man sneered. With that, they both left for the council hall to find out what was happening and the possible connection to the devil path accomplice. Han Li and the old man walked out of the house together. Xiao Qiuyer, who was guarding at the courtyard gate, also heard a series of loud bell tolls and couldn't help but look anxiously at the old man. Seeing this, the old man frowned slightly, walked over, and whispered something. The girl's expression returned to normal. Then, with a beckon to Han Li, the two soared into the sky and flew straight towards the main hall. Along the way, Han Li saw many cultivators flying in the same direction, but most of them were only at the qi refinement stage, indicating a significant decline in the valley's strength. Presumably, even with the assistance of the sect's defensive formation, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long when the demonic forces truly attacked. The two men, with somber faces, remained silent on the way and soon arrived at the massive stone hall. At this moment, there were over 1,000 cultivators gathered in front of the hall, but they were all stopped by the guards at the door. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage or above were allowed to enter for the meeting. Han Li and the old man naturally had the qualifications, so they silently walked in amidst the complex gazes of others. Upon entering the main hall for the meeting, Han Li was stunned. Because inside, there was no chaotic scene as he had imagined. Instead, nearly 100 cultivators present were all silent, respectfully staring at the person sitting in the main seat. This person was not the nominal sect leader, Zhang Lingdao, who was standing obediently on the side. Sitting in the main seat was an old man in brocade robes. The old man had a withered face, dull and lifeless small eyes, and a hideous appearance. But for some reason, when Han Li saw this person, his heart trembled and his hands and feet couldn't help but shake uncontrollably. What's going on? Han Li felt bewildered. When the old man saw Han Li and the old man entering, he only glanced at them faintly. But that glance made Han Li feel cold all over, uncomfortable, as if all his hidden secrets had been exposed. His face changed drastically. Oh, your spiritual sense cultivation is quite good. You must have cultivated some soul-strengthening technique. The old man glanced at Han Li and then asked lightly. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart was filled with panic. But what was even more unbelievable was that he couldn't sense any spiritual power from the old man. This indicated a vast difference in their cultivation levels, leading to this situation. But even Li Hueyuan and other Foundation establishment cultivators didn't give him this feeling before, rarely encountering someone like this person. After a moment of thought, Han Li's heart was shocked, and the little bit of anger was long gone. Instead, he respectfully replied, "Senior, indeed, I have cultivated some soul-related techniques. Senior's insight is truly extraordinary." Han Li secretly praised the old man. After hearing Han Li's words, the old man smiled faintly and waved his hand gently. Han Li and the old man immediately stood among the crowd. After waiting for about the time it takes to eat a meal, more than a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators arrived one after another. At this point, Zhang Lingdao respectfully said to the old man, "Elder, all the Foundation establishment cultivators present in the valley have arrived. However, senior brother Huang is currently at the Tianxi Peak and may not be able to return for a while." Upon hearing this, the old man frowned lightly and immediately instructed calmly, "It's okay if he's not here. Saving lives is like extinguishing a fire now. We don't need to wait for him to start." "Yes, what the elder said is true," Zhang Lingdao obediently echoed. The old man smiled wryly, but didn't say anything. "Brothers and sisters, let me introduce to you, this is the long-awaited Lengu ancestor. 300 years ago, Elder Leng reached the Yuanying stage and became the only supreme elder in our sect. Now that our sect is facing an unprecedented crisis of annihilation, everything will be arranged by Elder Leng." Zhang Lingdao said a few words of politeness, then consciously retreated to the side. Although most of the people present guessed the identity of the brocade-robed old man, after hearing these words, they were still in an uproar, looking at Lengu ancestor with strange eyes. This was the only Yuanying stage cultivator in Huangfeng Valley for nearly 1,000 years, rumored to be nearly 800 years old, known as the immortal elder of Huangfeng Valley. Seeing the chaos below, Lengu ancestor coughed lightly, and the hall immediately quieted down. Who would dare not give face to this ancestor? Since you have heard the dragon roar bell, I won't waste any words. Now the coalition forces of the 7 sects have been defeated in the front, and our side has suffered heavy casualties. Although we barely re-established the second defense line, defeat is inevitable." After these few words were spoken, the expressions of the many cultivators in the hall changed dramatically. Han Li and the old man exchanged complex glances, silently. "Elder, how is this possible? Isn't the decisive battle with the demonic forces still a month away?" A middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but stand up and ask. "It's precisely because the people in the front have the same idea as you that they were defeated by the demonic forces. The old man's face sank, reprimanding without courtesy. The middle-aged man blushed, saluted, and hurriedly stepped back. Seeing the middle-aged cultivator's embarrassed departure, others dared not be unwise and quietly listened to what Lengu ancestor had to say next. In fact, this defeat in the big battle cannot be entirely blamed on the lack of caution of the people in charge in the front, nor on their failure to guard against the enemy's tricks. It was because there was a traitor among the 7 sects. The people from the Spirit Beast Mountain actually opened the outer formation while they were on alert, letting the demonic forces in, leading to this major defeat, the old man said with some annoyance. Hearing this, the many cultivators suddenly realized and began to curse the cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain, causing another commotion. Well, now that we've discussed these matters, what's the point? The other important thing now is to prevent our sect from being annihilated. You must know that the remaining cultivators in the front can only buy us 2 or 3 days at most. We must evacuate from Uiguo as soon as possible, Lengu ancestor said calmly. Evacuate from Uiguo. When this statement was made, the entire hall fell silent, and no one spoke, seemingly shocked. For these cultivators born and raised in Uiguo, leaving Uiguo was simply too difficult to accept, and for a while, no one dared to echo the old man's words. What's wrong? Reluctant. The old man said indifferently, not surprised at all, as if he had anticipated this situation long ago. Elder, since you and the other elders at the Yuanying stage can't defeat the demonic forces, can't you? A hesitant young man finally asked. Of course we can. If we elders join hands, we can easily wipe out the demonic cultivators confronting you. But don't forget, how could the 6 demonic sects have such a great reputation without having Yuanying stage cultivators? We elders have already fought several battles with their old folks, and we are at a disadvantage. Therefore, they forced us to swear not to personally participate in this battle, just like you. This battle can only be restricted to the level of Foundation establishment cultivators. Lengu ancestor sighed and revealed a surprising secret. Han Li below suddenly realized why he had never seen any Yuanying stage cultivators appear in the battle. Not leaving means that the entire Huangfeng Valley will be surrounded and wiped out, and I am bound by the oath and cannot personally save anyone. Therefore, my decision is made. The entire sect must leave Uiguo. Not only our sect, but the other 5 sects will also advance and retreat with us. By moving to a foreign land, we can rise again. By then, when we become powerful, we can reclaim Uiguo, Lengu ancestor said coldly, seemingly not averse to withdrawing from Uiguo. Seeing the determination of this ancestor, even if others had different ideas, they dared not speak up and could only follow the old man's orders. Other matters are easy to handle, but there is one dangerous task that still needs someone to do. Lengu ancestor suddenly said something that surprised everyone, causing others to look at each other in confusion. Those I point to will follow me to the back hall, while the rest of you will stay here and listen to Zhang Master's arrangements for evacuation. After saying this, The old man stood up from his seat and walked down to the people below, leaving everyone bewildered. You and you. The old man was quite straightforward, pointing to more than half of the people present. Han Li and the old man were among them. After pointing out the people, the ancestor went straight to the back hall. Inside the rear hall, the old man stood with his hands behind his back. Seeing Han Li and dozens of other cultivators entering, he said calmly, "I have checked all of you just now. Either your aptitude is good or you cultivate special techniques. Therefore, you will be the seeds for the resurgence of our sect. Now, I'll give you half a day to immediately go back and pack your things. Huang Shizh will take you and leave immediately." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and someone asked in disbelief, "Elder, didn't you say that it would take 2 more days for the demonic cultivators to breach our defenses? Why the rush?" "Humph, it will indeed take 2 more days to break through the front defenses, but do you think the enemy will let our people off so easily? They have sent people to bypass the defenses and launch long-distance attacks on various sects. Their goal is not to wipe out each sect, but to prevent our smooth retreat. Therefore, we must abandon those outside to buy time for your evacuation. But if any of you dare to leak this information to those outside during the packing time and cause chaos during the retreat, I will personally take care of you." The old man's voice was extremely cold, sending chills down the spines of the cultivators present. Yes. Han Li and the others, naturally, didn't dare to object, and all obediently agreed before going out to pack their things. On the way back, Han Li and the old man parted ways halfway, both lost in thought. Han Li's cave was too far away, so after parting ways, the divine wind boat immediately flew at full speed, hopping to arrive at the cave as soon as possible. At this moment, Han Li felt extremely conflicted. According to what Lengu ancestor said, evacuating to another country would ensure his safety, and he might even gain favor due to the shortage of manpower. But at the same time, rebuilding Huangfeng Valley and establishing a new territory in a foreign land would inevitably involve him in mundane affairs, as one of the few remaining foundation establishment cultivators. He wouldn't have much time left for cultivation. By the time everything settled down and the 6 sects re-established themselves, he would have missed the opportunity to advance to the core formation stage. This was something Han Li absolutely didn't want to see. But if he fled now, Han Li didn't know if he was still under the surveillance of that old monster's divine sense. If he acted suspiciously, he might be detected. Then, as a deserter, he would have nowhere to hide. Han Li regretted deeply. If he had known that things would deteriorate to this extent, he would have fled to another country immediately without coming back. In helplessness, Han Li returned to his cave. Upon entering, he first took out the storage bags containing talismans hidden under the bed in the bedroom and stuffed them all into his arms. Then, he went to the storage room and collected the remaining precious medicinal herbs. Finally, he went to the secret chamber of the Spirit Eye Spring and destroyed the entire chamber, covering the Spirit Eye Spring. Since he couldn't move the spiritual object now, Han Li didn't want the spirit eye to be discovered and used by the demonic cultivators. After completing all this, Han Li checked the cave again and found no omissions. Then, he summoned Kun out of the cave and placed the first set of inverted 5 elements great array flags and discs in front of the cave, carefully storing them in a storage bag. Seeing the cave entrance exposed again due to the disappearance of the array, Han Li raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he released 2 black lights and spent the time of a meal to completely destroy the entire mountain peak, burying the cave under the collapsed rocks. Then, he released the divine wind boat and flew in the air with Kun, circling around for a while before flying away. When Han Li returned to the main hall, most of the others had already arrived. He left Kun outside the hall and walked in alone. But to Han Li's surprise, besides dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators like them, there were also hundreds of Qi condensation disciples in the hall. Are these people also evacuating together with us? Han Li wondered. But his eyes lit up when he suddenly saw the old man and Xiao Qiuyer standing together, whispering something to each other with serious expressions. Seeing this scene, Han Li walked over without hesitation. "Senior Han." Xiao Qiuyer respectfully greeted Han Li when she saw him approaching. Han Li nodded with a smile and turned to the old man, asking in a low voice, "What's going on? Are these Qi condensation disciples also leaving with us?" To avoid attracting attention, Han Li spoke softly. "Yes, these people either have excellent aptitude or special identities as disciples that cannot be easily abandoned. My apprentice is also among those with exceptional aptitude," the old man said lightly. But when he mentioned Xiao Qiuyer, he revealed a hint of pride. This amused Han Li. After some time, Lengu Ancestor and a sturdy middle-aged man finally appeared. "Just received news that the demonic cultivators have been spotted nearby. You will depart immediately. All arrangements will be made by Huang Shij from now on. I will let the remaining people in the valley distract the enemy," Lengu Ancestor said with a heavy tone. Upon hearing this, Han Li and the others were shocked. The demonic cultivators came so quickly. The middle-aged man beside Lengu Ancestor then said coldly, "Time is of the essence. I'll make it brief. Since so many people are following me to evacuate, I have only one requirement. You must obey my orders. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors and dealt with directly. Now, let's go." This person was indeed decisive. After a few brief words, he bowed deeply to the elder beside him and walked out of the hall first. After the others were stunned for a moment, they hurriedly followed suit. Thus, the large procession of hundreds of people ascended from the stone hall and flew rapidly towards the northeast. Half a day later, the entire procession exited the Teiyu mountain range and began to speed up even more. Han Li flew at the forefront of the group on the divine wind boat, while the old man saw that the boat could still carry people. So he unceremoniously pulled Xiao Qiuyer to stand on it with him, leaving Han Li no choice but to chuckle and say nothing. Xiao Qiuyer was quite interested in Kun behind Han Li, her big eyes staring at him curiously. But the old man naturally saw through Kun's secrets. So after asking a few questions, he stopped asking about it. Just as the group had flown more than 100 miles away from the Teiyu mountain range, a dazzling white light suddenly flew past from behind. In the blink of an eye, it flew over the heads of many cultivators and landed in the hands of Huang Shizh at the front of the group. It was a dazzling white sword with a jade slip inserted on it. The middle-aged man's face sank, and he immediately waved his hand to stop the entire group. Then he took off the jade slip, casually threw the sword into the air, and the sword turned into white light again, flying back the way it came. This Huang Shizh then probed into the jade slip and frowned after a while, then immediately lowered his head in contemplation, apparently facing a difficult situation. All Foundation establishment cultivators come forward. There has been a change in plans, and I need to rearrange the tasks. The middle-aged man said with a solemn expression. This statement stunned Han Li and the others, but after exchanging glances, they obediently stepped forward, while Xiao Qiuyer quickly jumped off the divine wind boat. Senior, what happened? It wasn't just one or two people who noticed the man receiving the flying sword message. Lengu ancestor sent a message. The moment we left, the demonic cultivators arrived. They seem to know about our retreat plan. Now they have split into two groups. One is besieging Huangfeng Valley, and the other is chasing us. Therefore, to ensure the safety of the group, I need a team of you to help me lead them away. The ones I pointed out will come with me to intercept the enemy, while the rest will continue to fly out of Uiguo under the leadership of the designated person. Huang Shizh said coldly. Hearing this, the others felt a chill in their hearts. They were not fools. This interception task was clearly a matter of life and death. Although most people's eyes dodged, Huang Shizh pointed out more than 20 Foundation establishment cultivators without hesitation. Unfortunately, Han Li was among them, while the old man escaped unscathed. The faces of those who were chosen turned pale, but no one said anything against it. With a wave of Huang Shizh's arm, the others continued to rush forward, leaving only Han Li and the others behind, looking lonely. All right, time is of the essence. I know most of you don't think highly of this interception task, but I'm not asking you to confront the enemy head-on. I only require you to launch a surprise attack on them, divert their attention, and provide cover for the group ahead. Huang Shizh said in a slightly slower tone, then took out more than 20 green jade slips from his body. Memorize the maps inside the jade slips and then destroy them. If you get separated later, you can regroup according to the locations on the map. After saying this, Huang Shizh raised his hand, and more than 20 green lights shot out, floating in front of each person. Hearing Huang Shizh's words, the others felt much better. Since it wasn't a face-to-face confrontation with the demonic cultivators, there was a much greater chance of survival. So everyone quickly grabbed the jade slips and began to memorize the maps inside. Although Han Li also grabbed a jade slip, he only glanced through it roughly and didn't bother to memorize it. Seeing everyone shatter the jade slips, Senior Huang showed a satisfied expression. Then, with a flicker of yellow light, a small flag about a foot long appeared in his hand. The flag was entirely white, but emitted a yellow glow, making it difficult to see what was embroidered on it. I will use the wind and cloud flag to conceal your whereabouts, and then surprise the enemy when they come. After saying this, Senior Huang gently waved the flag, and countless milky white mists instantly emanated from it, forming a huge white cloud tens of yards wide, enveloping Han Li and the others. Han Li and the other Foundation establishment cultivators were both shocked and delighted. Despite the density of the cloud, they didn't feel any blurriness or difficulty seeing, making it an excellent hiding place. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man's spell, the huge cloud swiftly flew into the sky along with the others, blending in with other white clouds in no time, making it impossible to distinguish between them. Seeing this, Han Li couldn't help but marvel. Although his artifact, the azure flame miasma, could also transform into thick fog, it was no match for this wind and cloud flag. Not only was its range limited, but it could only be used on himself. If fellow sect members entered his azure flame poisonous mist, they would likely only end up poisoned. Thinking about it, Han Li couldn't help but glance at Senior Huang. He saw Senior Huang, who was in the middle of the cloud, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, motionless. However, there were two other Foundation establishment cultivators standing cautiously behind him, seemingly guarding him. Han Li was taken aback for a moment, but then he understood what the other party was doing, searching for the enemy with his divine sense. With the powerful divine sense of a core formation cultivator, they could sense any movement within a radius of hundreds of miles, right? Seeing this, Han Li also sat on the divine wind boat to rest his mind. After all, the upcoming battle would be extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, K'un remained motionless behind him, looking like a loyal servant. After about an hour, the middle-aged man who had been closing his eyes suddenly opened them and said in a cold voice, "The enemy has arrived. We have deviated about 20 miles off course and must intercept them on their predetermined path." After saying this, he flew off with the cloud without saying another word. The people in the cloud naturally dared not leave the mist, all exerting their magic power and closely following Senior Huang. Seeing this, Han Li furrowed his brows lightly and took out the silver giant sword while flying. He threw it to K'un behind him. Although he didn't know what its purpose was, it would still increase their fighting strength. "We're here. The enemy is coming soon. Everyone, get ready." After a moment, the huge cloud arrived over the so-called predetermined path, and Senior Huang ordered without hesitation. Immediately, everyone showed their magical artifacts and desperately cast defensive spells on themselves, various colors of light flashing among them. Han Li took out 2 green and red bicolor orbs from his body and gently touched them together. With a muffled sound, a thick green and red smoke erupted from the two orbs simultaneously, quickly surrounding Han Li and turning into a huge green and red cloud with a diameter of 5 or 6 yards, completely concealing Han Li's figure in the mist. Han Li actually used the azure flame miasma to form a protective cloud in the air, astonishing nearby fellow sect members. They didn't know what Han Li's intention was. Han Li didn't bother to pay attention to the other sect members, but instead clasped the tortoise shell artifact with one hand and held a normal blue flying knife in the other, not taking out the Blackwater dragon blade. Han Li knew exactly what he was doing. For him, the lower key the attacking artifact, the better. Only in this way could he avoid attracting the attention of powerful enemies after the ambush and make it easier to escape. Under the focused anticipation of everyone, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, but there was still no sign of the enemy. Now most people were getting anxious and impatient, looking at Senior Huang with confusion. The stern, middle-aged man also looked puzzled. After a moment of thought, he slowly said, "Don't worry, let me search with my divine sense." Before he could actually start, however, there was suddenly a deafening rumble from above, starting off sporadically at first, but soon it echoed throughout the sky, becoming continuous. Everyone was startled and quickly looked up at the sky, only to be met with a sight that made the Huangfeng Valley cultivators' faces turn pale. They saw that the sky had turned crimson at some point, and all the clouds above had turned into deep red fire clouds, rolling like lava, producing bubbles that burst like explosions. "What is this?" Someone next to Han Li exclaimed in horror. "Be careful. This is the intermediate high-level spell, Art of Heavenly Fire. Every drop of lava that falls from above is equivalent to an attack from a Foundation establishment cultivator. If you can't resist it, you'll turn to ashes." The one speaking was Senior Huang, but his expression was very grim. Obviously, they had intended to ambush others, but had been ambushed instead. "Then let's run now. I don't want to face this thing head-on," another person panikedly said. After speaking, the flying artifact under their feet lit up, and they wanted to flee with their flying artifact. "It's too late. The spell has already been cast, and we can't escape its range. Listen to my command. Everyone join forces to create a united defense barrier." Senior Huang's eyes flashed with cold light, and he issued a stern order without hesitation. Hearing Senior Huang's command, the others suddenly realized and hurriedly joined forces to release a huge light barrier. Almost as soon as the barrier formed, the intermediate high-level spell in the sky finally began to wreak havoc. A drop of deep red lava, about a foot in size, fell straight down, smashing towards Han Li and the others, but the newly formed barrier easily blocked it. However, this was just the beginning. Countless lava droplets began to fall like raindrops, and although most of them missed, quite a few hit the barrier, causing a burst of red and blue light. At first, everyone felt fine and thought they had more than enough defense. But as the speed of the falling lava droplets increased and their density grew, the loss of spiritual power for Han Li and the others also accelerated, making it difficult for them to hold on for long. The blue light on the barrier gradually weakened. But fortunately, although the spell came quickly, it also ended quickly. Just as the barrier was about to collapse, the art of heavenly fire suddenly ended, and the fiery clouds in the sky disappeared without a trace in an instant. This delighted the Huangfeng Valley cultivators to no end. But their expressions of joy froze immediately. Because they didn't know when, nearly 100 cultivators had silently surrounded them. These people surrounded them faintly, looking at them with mocking eyes, and judging by their attire, they were members of the 6 devil sects. The Huangfeng Valley cultivators were shocked and furious. However, these people were all Foundation establishment cultivators, and there were no core formation cultivators among them, which relieved the Huangfeng Valley cultivators somewhat. Surely, even though they had consumed a lot of spiritual power, with a core formation cultivator on their side, they should not fear the other party. How did you know our whereabouts? My wind and cloud flag can definitely conceal your divine senses. Senior Huang's expression sank, and he asked sternly, I can tell you this. A lazy and charming voice came from the sky, making Senior Huang's heart skip a beat as he hurriedly looked up. He saw a man and a woman descending from the sky. The man had white hair, but was thin and bony, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. The woman, on the other hand, was as charming as a flower, with a slender waist and plump buttocks, every move enchanting. When Hanley glanced at the two of them, he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. 2 core formation cultivators had appeared at the same time, which spelled big trouble. The red and white skeletal. Senior Huang's pupils contracted sharply when he saw the two, and he asked solemnly. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he suddenly flickered the wind and cloud flag, and the white mist disappeared instantly. Han Li and the others were also revealed. For Senior Huang, facing powerful enemies now, he naturally had no time to worry about Han Li and the others. I didn't expect this Taoist friend to recognize us, a husband and wife pair. This isn't fair. You know the origins of my husband and me, but we are strangers to you. However, I heard that there is a cold-hearted guy in the Huangfeng Valley, and he has an interesting treasure called the Wind and Cloud Flag. Could it be you? The charming woman said with a smile, seemingly without any hostility. But seeing the woman's charming smile, Senior Huang's expression turned cold, and he just stared at her without saying a word. How boring. Kill him. The woman saw Senior Huang's appearance and pouted slightly. Suddenly, her expression changed and she said, All right, since Junior Sister wants his life, I'll be happy to oblige. The bony man smiled sinisterly and said, At the same time, a voice transmission from Senior Huang sounded in Han Li, and the others' ears simultaneously. Once they make a move, break out immediately. Whoever can run, run. Senior Huang's voice was devoid of any emotion. As the voice sounded, Senior Huang's wind and cloud flag suddenly emitted a dazzling yellow light, followed by an explosion between the fluctuations of light. Instantly, a denser and larger white mist gushed out madly from the flag, enveloping both friend and foe within it in the blink of an eye. "You're seeking death." The angry roar of the skeletal man and the coquettish laughter of the charming woman resounded in the mist, followed by several loud bangs, indicating that Senior Huang had already engaged in combat with the two Foundation establishment cultivators. Han Li and the others naturally wouldn't miss this chance to escape. Almost as soon as the mist reappeared, the cultivators of Huangfeng Valley hurriedly scattered in their flying artifacts. Han Li, relying on the speed of the divine wind boat, flew upwards. This direction had the most cultivators and was the most densely populated, but the cultivators' cultivation levels were obviously weaker than those in the other directions. Han Li felt it was more suitable to break through from this direction. However, there weren't many people who shared Han Li's thoughts. Most of the fellow sect members fled in the directions where there were fewer interceptors, which made Han Li shake his head in dismay. In the blink of an eye, Han Li took advantage of the chaos to slip past several people and rushed to the edge of the encirclement. The mist here had already dissipated a lot, and the cultivators of the Devil Dao could vaguely see Han Li's figure in their blurred vision. However, due to the influence of the azure flame miasma, all they could see was a large mass of green and red mist, which left them momentarily stunned. But immediately, 3 Devil Dao cultivators nearby simultaneously waved their hands, and a golden light, 3 yellow beams, and a large swath of black mist rushed towards Han Li. Han Li snorted, pointed his finger at the turtle shell artifact in front of him, and the turtle shell immediately expanded several times to meet them head-on. At the same time, he poured spiritual power into the artifact under his feet again, increasing the speed of the divine wind boat, making it even faster. He had already made up his mind that now was not the time for prolonged combat. Therefore, he was willing to expend more spiritual power to escape as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if other enemies surrounded him, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Moreover, he had confidence in the turtle shell artifact. After all, its hardness was second only to the white phosphorus shield. Just as Han Li's thoughts turned, the turtle shell artifact collided with the golden light and yellow beams, successfully blocking them. However, the remaining black mist was extremely cunning. It suddenly split into 2, avoiding the turtle shell artifact, and slid past it from both sides. Although it delayed him slightly, it still managed to reach Han Li's side, transforming into a huge ghost head several yards in size, fiercely swallowing towards Han Li on the divine wind boat. Seeing this, Han Li didn't panic, but instead coldly smirked. With a lift of his hand, over 100 fireballs shot out, instantly tearing the ghost head into pieces. At this point, Han Li had plenty of experience dealing with these junior Devil Dao techniques. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li swiftly slipped through the formless ghost head, breaking out of the encirclement in the blink of an eye, leaving these devil Dao cultivators behind. Since they failed to catch him, they naturally wouldn't give up. Immediately, they yelled and screamed, urging their flying artifacts to chase after him from behind. But Han Li paid them no heed and simply continued flying on his flying artifact. As Han Li had guessed, the divine wind boat was indeed a rare treasure among flying artifacts. At first, he could still hear those people cursing behind him, but before long, their voices became quieter. In the end, after running for several moments, there was not a single soul behind him. Seeing this scene behind him, Han Li didn't dare to slacken and continued flying for a while longer before slowing down to assess his surroundings. Then, with a tap of his toe on the divine wind boat, he quickly descended to the ground. At this moment, Han Li's condition was not too good. He had already expended about half of his spiritual power when forming the joint defense barrier, and coupled with the mad dash afterwards, his spiritual power urgently needed to be replenished. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he encountered strong enemies. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li landed on a barren hillside, dispelled the poisonous mist of the azure flame miasma, found a secluded spot, and sat cross-legged beneath a large boulder. Then, he took out a mid-grade blue spiritual stone from his storage pouch and began replenishing his spiritual power. Meanwhile, Kun stood beside him, keeping watch. Just as Han Li had settled down, a panicked red light flew over from above, followed by 5 or 6 pursuers emitting black and green lights. They flew past Han Li in a hurry, indicating that they were lucky enough to escape from the encirclement. But Han Li paid no attention to them. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused his mind, entering a state of deep meditation, knowing that only when his mind was completely empty could his spiritual power recover more quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li opened his eyes. His depleted spiritual power had already recovered quite a bit. Although it wasn't fully replenished, he didn't want to linger here for another moment. Glancing at the sky, he saw that it was already approaching evening, which was the perfect time to slip away under the cover of darkness. However, Han Li didn't rush to leave. Instead, he slowly released his spiritual sense and carefully searched the surroundings. As expected, the devil Dao cultivators were nowhere nearby. They must have defeated the ambush and gone to chase the main group. Thinking of this, Han Li shook his head. With the strength of the other party, the main group of Huangfeng Valley was probably in a dire situation. Han Li didn't dwell on it and instead released the divine wind boat, set his sights on the direction of Yuanwu country, and flew there with Kun. Although most of the cultivators of Yuanwu country had perished in the invasion of Yue country, the 6 devil sects were occupied with digesting the cultivation world of Yue country, which would keep them busy for months. Yuanwu country was still relatively safe for the time being. Han Li had no intention of going to any gathering place or chasing after the main group of Huangfeng Valley. That fleeing group might already be pursued by the devil Dao cultivators. Going there now would be walking into a trap. Moreover, he had originally intended to take this opportunity to find another place to cultivate. Following Huangfeng Valley in fleeing to another country would, at most, result in him becoming a high-ranking functionary. Han Li didn't want to spend his life like that. If he guessed correctly, even if the devil Dao swallowed several countries, they would eventually integrate their forces and wage war against the righteous sects. By then, there would be no place of peace in the entire southern region. This didn't align with Han Li's original intention of quietly cultivating. Now, he planned to first hide in Yuanwu country and see if the teleportation array could be repaired and assess the situation. If things turned out to be extremely unfavorable, he intended to use the teleportation array to go directly to another place to avoid this conflict. As Han Li silently pondered, the divine wind boat turned into a white light and disappeared into the sky. 2 days later, after circling around, Han Li finally appeared in the airspace near the border between Yue country and Yuanwu country. He glanced back at the mountains of Yue country behind him, sighed lightly, and then flew into Yuanwu country with Han. What Han Li didn't know was that just half a day after he entered Yuanwu country, a group of dozens of Devil Dao cultivators appeared in the same place and settled down. They were specifically responsible for the border area stretching hundreds of miles. If any cultivators from Yue country tried to escape into Yuanwu country, they would naturally intercept them. As soon as Han Li entered the low-level areas of Yuanwu country, he headed straight for Jinma City. After flying for 3 or 4 days, he finally saw the hills to the west of Jinma City. After carefully identifying them from high above for a while, he finally found the residence of Qi Yunxiao and descended slowly. As soon as Han Li jumped off the boat, he swept his surroundings and felt a chill in his heart. He saw that the 7 or 8 stone houses around had already collapsed, with the scattered rocks and bamboo in front of them mostly destroyed. The defensive formations, set up by Qi Yunxiao, had been forcibly broken through by someone. With a gloomy expression, Han Li flipped his hand and grasped a magic tool before walking towards the collapsed houses. Although this scene seemed to have happened a while ago, it was still better to be cautious. Approaching the houses, Han Li searched through them one by one. As a result, in a nearly completely destroyed stone house, he found a long-decayed corpse. Pinching his nose, Han Li carefully examined the head for a long time, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. The deceased was not Qi Yunxiao, but the loyal servant who ran the shop for Qi Yunxiao. As for the other houses, there were no other bodies found, which relieved Han Li somewhat. Just as Han Li finished searching, his expression suddenly turned cold. With a few flashes of his figure, he returned to the divine wind boat, then looked up at the sky to the south. He saw 2 blue lights suddenly flying out from the many hills in the south, shooting straight towards him. After a moment, they flew to a place not far from Han Li. Then, the lights dissipated, revealing an old man and a young man. The old man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were thin and long, with a tuft of goat beard under his chin. He was a foundation establishment cultivator, his face filled with suspicion. The other was a young man in his 20s, with a handsome face, but his eyes were full of murderous intent as he glared fiercely at Han Li. However, he was only at the qi condensation stage in terms of cultivation.